How do you make a junkyard car run and drive?
With nitrous. In the first episode of Roadkill, we let a dart determine our destiny. And now that we're at episode 11 and we're fresh out of ideas, we're going to do that again.
It's a guaranteed formula, can't lose.
Yeah.
See, we're going to Houston for a drag race, but we figured if we're going to a drag race, we should drag race. And so we're going to buy a car somewhere in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, New Mexico kind of area, drive it to Houston, and race it. Okay,
right, so Houston, right?
Okay. Who's throwing the dart?
You are. I'm still missing eyebrow from the last time we did this.
No.
How much do you like your eyebrows?
Oh, brutal. Ready?
Yep. You suck really bad at throwing. Oh my God, you're in the Gulf of Mexico, dude.
Oh, perfect.
We're not buying a boat, so let's try this again. Height was pretty good. You landed on Hawaii. Okay, let's try this again.
Let's do it.
Dude, that was dead centered in Texas.
Really? So we're there?
Austin.
You totally stuck me. Do it. Oh, that really does hurt.
There's some hair on there.
I thought you were kidding last time.
Ew.
So you're thinking if we went to Austin, we could get something junkier and fix it more?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what's available.
Craigslist, here we come.
The dart hit the map in Austin, but when I started looking around to figure out what we were gonna do in Texas, there was a guy on my Facebook page who recommended CTC Auto Ranch in Denton. And so we're gonna head about 3 or 4 hours north and check that out. We hit this junkyard. I think we need to get something that runs and drives. I don't think we can do any crazy engine swap or anything.
Let's find a really great car without an engine and a really great engine in a car we don't want.
We don't have time.
Dude, we proved we can do it in the snow if you give us 3 or 4 days. There's no snow here.
If we plan for one, we'll take 3.
Yeah,
We're good.
There's no snow here, so cut that time in half. Let's find a car on top of other cars stacked up.
Let's get the bottom one.
Yeah, let's make this as difficult as possible.
There it is, right there. Junkyard next to a drag strip.
Paradise.
Absolute nirvana.
Oh my God, it's
Look at
almost
that.
all old sheet metal.
This is gonna be good.
All of a sudden, I see a drag strip, which gets me fired up. And then acres of cars. I mean, more vintage iron than I've ever seen in one spot in my entire life. And if I had a lot of money in a big ass trailer, I would have taken most of it home.
55 Fairlane, 63 Chevy.
I like the Ranchero.
78-ish.
Look at how complete they are. Look, all the chrome, all the glass, the steering wheel's still
Gremlin
on it.
Dude, Gremmy.
That was on the
59
website.
Chevy.
That was on the website, dude.
65 Biscayne.
Pinto.
Oh, man.
Pinto. Want the Pinto.
When we got to the ranch, we met Alan Williamson, who is one of the owners of the place, and Finnegan had called ahead and talked to him so that we knew he was cool, we knew he was down with our program, which was that we had to buy a car, fix it in 24 hours so that we can hit the road, drive 300 miles, and compete at an NMCA race in Houston, where we're also going to hang out with a bunch of our buddies from Hot Rod Drag Week.
What have you got that's complete that maybe ran when parked?
You know, as far as most of this stuff that's right in this immediate area here, if you want, we'll go out there and look around.
Yeah,
I'll show you what I
let's check it
have,
out.
and then you can go on your own and see what you can find.
I've actually never been to a yard like this because I'm used to junkyards where everything is stripped. You know, you don't find a shoebox Chevy with windows in it. You know, that stuff's long gone at the places I've been to. I mean, it had Trans Ams, Camaros, Plymouths, Chryslers, Ford Chevys, everything from late 30s on up to the 80s. It was all there, you know, and mostly intact, which was awesome. There's a trend that never really took off. Bondo flames. Graphics that someday fall off your car. Awesome.
You start to walk through the ranch and you see one big yard and then another and then another, and then behind those trees there's even more. We could have spent at least a few days just rummaging through there finding project cars that we needed to have.
The actual shopping was frustrating. We spent probably an hour walking this place, and I'm looking at all these cars that are missing everything. One's got a motor but not a tranny, one's got a tranny but not a motor, one's missing all the suspension, and I always have this feeling that we should stop now and buy something and get working on it, but I'm gonna miss something even better just over a hill or, you know, behind a bush or something, because there's cars everywhere. All right, well, we don't have time to roam 35 acres.
I have a car that we use for just fiddling around, running, looking and stuff. Why don't y'all get in the car?
Yeah,
Jet around.
drive us
Perfect.
around.
Drive everywhere.
Cool.
Point
See
out the
what I
ones.
got?
Yeah.
We checked out the sea of really, really cool sheet metal out here, and the bummer is that all of those cars are either rotted into the ground or have no engine, or there's some fatal flaw that means that we either can't afford it or he won't sell it to us or it won't run. So we've narrowed it down to this Olds, that Mopar, that Chevy, and that Pontiac, and we got to decide among them right now. The Olds we've pretty much blown off. It needs a little bit too much, and I think basically we're not excited by it. This is a 67 Barracuda. No door handles, no dash, no wiring, no carburetor, no seats, no glass. So
No problem.
What was the upside?
No problem. Okay, so this one, it's already got headers, already got an aluminum intake on it. It looks like at one point it was a little speedy.
I get what you're saying. This is the most performance oriented, but
Right.
what do we do about a gas tank, glass?
We're at a junkyard. There's gas tanks here.
In 24 hours, we need to be driving away from here. And I doubt they'll let us work all night, and we have no light.
We haven't even asked yet.
Yeah.
You never know. I wave $10 or $12 in front of them. You never know, dude. We may own this place. All right, so if not the Barracuda, then sell me on the Pontiac.
Well,
I think you're
I'm
in love
not
with.
completely anti-Barracuda. I'm just thinking that the Pontiac or the Chevy are going to be easier to get running.
But this is more pimp than performance, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, I'm agreeing with that. There you go. Radiator.
Ran when parked, huh?
Yeah.
Let's look at the Chevy.
I wanted to go with this 66 Chevy because the guy knew that it had run, and yeah, it was clapped out and gross. It had mouse turds in it and stuff, but I just sort of had faith that it could get there. And I knew that we were going to be able to fix a small block Chevy anywhere with any rubber bands or duct tape that we had sitting around. And I thought we'd be able to turn the key and hit the road. I do like this because of my whole kink on the Dirty Mary Crazy Larry movie, where they had the 66 Impala at the beginning.
That car was blue.
Yeah, and it wasn't a sedan either, but I can dream.
I like the challenge of making the Barracuda run.
You want to make it decide between these on price? Want to see what he'll take for that?
Oh yeah, we may not even be able to afford these.
Right. So negotiate. You're better than I am.
All right, Alan. I am not a greedy man.
I know you're not.
I'm not. I've already spent a lot of money on plane tickets getting here.
Yeah.
And that's your problem.
That's my problem. Yeah.
I've already said you got nice boots on.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Yeah.
Okay. I like your hair. You got a good tan.
Yeah.
I feel close to you.
Old buddy, old pal.
I feel close to you. What am I looking at for this ugly
piece of
steaming
crap.
pile
Yeah.
of junk
That's right.
that is taking up a valuable space in your yard?
Yeah.
Think of what you could put here.
Space for you.
I do about 4,000 on it without the glass.
Ooh,
We're gonna have to just
that's
lower your expectations a little.
What you got in mind?
We're gonna have to put a carb on it. Not cheap.
so we need a carburetor.
Carburetor, wiring,
Yep.
plumbing for the gas tank. We need a
Right.
seat. It's worth $2, right?
Oh yeah, I'd do that for sure.
Yeah, 2. 2's good. 2 plus all the parts we need to put it back together.
Right.
If you can get us the windows like in, so they don't fall out at 78 miles an hour, which would be top speed for this thing.
Yeah.
$3,000. What do you think?
I can't do it.
No, not for 3.
About 3,800 is the best I can do on this one.
Yeah. So what he's saying is this is worth this is worth twice as much as the actual Impala.
Why don't we do this?
Uh-oh. Wait.
Wait. Why don't we try to get them started and see which one's
Startable?
startable?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
If the engine
You do that
turns
for us?
over, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can't afford that regardless.
Hey, you cheapskates.
We may have to walk away from this one.
Yeah, I know. It's
I may be so
disappointing.
offended about the CUDA we just leave altogether. Come on, baby. Crank to life. Daddy needs a Mopar. Oh, dude.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm telling you, dude, we can make this run.
I'm warming up to the notion.
Here's what I say, dude.
Huh.
We'll give him his $3,800, but we want the glass in the car, and we need another seat. We'll make the rest of it happen on our own. So when buying a car from an auto ranch, you got to expect the carburetor's probably going to fight you a little bit. So I was smart enough to order a Holley 750 double pumper with mechanical secondaries.
And you just don't go anywhere without your cheater setup.
Hello, friend. Oh, I've missed you. I like that we have 24 hours to make a car we've never seen run, and we're putting nitrous on it before we even check the motor.
Gotta have your priorities straight.
Perfect.
Doesn't smoke. I say we're good to go.
That sounds all right.
We got it to run pretty good. We decided we're gonna give it our best shot because we always have a fallback plan, which is the Chevy. So they just forklifted it over to the shop and they're gonna help us work on it. They also said we can stay here all night long, and I'm thinking that's gonna have to happen.
The really funny thing about this is we're 4 hours into this deal, and all we're accomplishing right now is making the engine run for more than 8 seconds so that we can put the trans in gear to find out if the car even moves. And if it doesn't move, we've got to go back to the junkyard and pick out another car and try that again. Because nothing in this whole place, we're sure, will run under its own power.
The first thing Finnegan did was stripped the carburetor fitting. Can I blame you for that, or is that not cool?
You lie a lot on video.
Can I blame China? How about China? When you pay Rad Rides by Troy and you give them $1 million to build a hot rod and you wonder why, this is why. They're not working in a barn in 24 hours with Chinese-made parts.
Sure, they have fame and glory and money in their pockets and happy wives and children that like them. But they're not having this fun. Not at all. Enter to win $5,000 by providing feedback and taking our survey. I think the odds of us winning should be pretty good after we spent this much money. It's almost as tall as I am. $800 to basically find out if the car will even move. What do you think? Is it gonna move?
Of course.
So the only issue here is you plumb that to a fuel line that's going to nothing.
Yeah? Where would you like it to go?
Some sort of gas can.
Which we did not acquire, and we don't have the gas either.
We have no can or a gas. We could wish it to, life.
Yeah, we could.
Do we even have a jack? Man, I hope this thing moves forward and backwards.
Is backwards actually a requirement?
That might actually be a little greedy on our part.
Okay, hopefully we're gonna fire it up now, make it drink out of this gas can. Sounds good.
Happy. Come on,
Reverse.
baby. Yes!
Yes!
That's reverse. No noise.
And drive.
Forward! I take back everything I said about this place. You
I'm
can
in
get a
first.
quality automobile here.
We're good. Wait, let's see, will the brakes stop it? No, no brakes.
We're not going around the block without brakes.
No, we need brakes. It's about midnight at the auto ranch, and we've had big victories with the engine and the transmission, and so we're gonna call it a night and go get some rest. It's first thing in the morning on Thursday, and we thought we should attack the brakes first, since we got the engine working, the transmission working, but no brakes.
It's not first thing in the morning anymore.
It's not?
No, it's about lunchtime.
Are you saying we're behind schedule?
A little bit.
What are you working on? Start at the top.
Okay, stuff I can see right away. Put oil in, buy an oil filter. Do ignition switch needs to go in. Get another radiator that doesn't leak. Headlights, glass, brakes, gas tank, seats, shifter, tires if possible.
Exhaust?
I'll just cut it off.
Yeah, cut exhaust.
Yeah. We should stop the list now.
Because it's only depressing?
It's really getting overwhelming.
Oh, outside door handles.
Oh, that just put it over the edge, dude. We can't make this now.
So that's our list, and it's Thursday at 11. We need to leave in 8 hours. We'll be
There's
fine.
no way in hell that's happening.
Our problem is this seal for the filler into the tank is junk, but video producer Clint had a genius idea. We went and cut this piece of radiator hose and slipped it over the fill neck, and it's gonna make a perfect seal into the hole in the top of the tank.
Probably the best part about being at CTC Auto Ranch here in Texas is that when we needed a part, we could just go out back here and find it. So I found our transmission kickdown mount there for the carburetor. We didn't have a seat for our car, so they grabbed this 69 Valiant out of the yard, rolled it in here, ripped out the bench and the seat belts for us. And I don't know if you can see this right now, but this is actually an ultra rare factory lightweight drag car with transparent aluminum quarter panels. Very valuable.
What's our next big expense is my concern.
We need rear tires. We'll take the two best of the four, stick them on the front.
Yeah, the rears are better, so we'll throw those on the front, but then...
Cut the exhaust off. That solves a lot of the issue back there. It does need rear shocks.
Oh, yeah, because they're completely topped out.
Yeah, well, and the one is bent, so.
Oh. We're completely out of money.
We're never out of money. We have Amex. We'll just be in a lot more trouble when we get back to work.
Right.
And find out what we spent. I'm going to cut the studs. Let's go back to work. Run out of daylight.
I was really torqued up about the glass on the car. I was concerned the drag strip would not let us run without it. We had to have a windshield at least. And the glass guy shows up and he wants like $500 to install glass that's sitting right out there in the yard. And that wasn't a good moment. We were standing around waiting for this guy to come down on the price, which he finally did. But then we find out that 67 CUDA glass is different than 68 or 69 CUDA glass in the sides. The doors are a little bit different. What a pain in the neck. And you know what? Coupe glass is different than fastback glass. So we're just screwed on the side windows. Here's where I'm stupid. After we figured out that the 68 glass wouldn't fit the 67 doors, we reinstalled the 68 glass in the 68 doors and installed the 68 doors on the car because I thought we had to have it. And it looked so stupid. We couldn't live with ourselves. Our junkyard car didn't look cool enough with blue doors and white paint. I just couldn't have it. So then Finnegan calls Jeff Lutz, who's standing in Houston at the drag strip where we want to race. Why we didn't do this a day ago, I don't know. And he goes, Lutz, can you talk to the tech guy and find out if they'll let us run without windows? Guy goes, yeah. 7 o'clock. We have to leave in an hour, right? Is that what I said?
No. 5 hours from now, the drag strip next door closes.
So that's our new bogey?
New goal. If we get it running in 4 hours, we can go make a lap over there.
Does it have to have brakes?
Nah.
We could not find junkyard taillights, and so I'm using magnetic trailer lights, which won't magnetize.
It's 9:30. We've got about 2.5 hours until the drag strip closes. We're gonna fire off the motor for the very first time on the stock gas tank. And the potential for that thing to turn brown right now and look like the bottom of a fish tank, very high. So go ahead, hit it. There, we got gas. Yeah! Alternator works.
Cool.
Right on.
I was about ready to pack the wheel bearings and I noticed that we got the race spun in the drum, which is really ungood. Not sure how we're gonna fix that just yet. Probably knock it out, stake the back of it or something. Right?
Huh?
There's an old farmer's trick that you can do where you take a punch and you smack the machine surface where the race goes in, and it makes little dents and little lifted areas of metal around the dent that reduce the inside diameter of the race journal so that the race can pound in again. And so this guy, James, who works at the auto ranch, who has been super helpful and who is the master of the junkyard repair, shows up, he knows this trick like that, and dials us in.
So we gotta bleed the brakes, fix all the water leaks, wire the taillights, cut something off the floor of the car so that bench seat that we robbed from another car will fit, make sure the shifter works, drop it on the ground, and try and run it.
We're leaving tomorrow night sometime, 24 hours from now, if at all.
Time for bed. Let's go.
Okay.
Did it sound like we were going to bed together?
The cure-all. Ah, that makes me feel better. Nitrous.
Ventilated, sealed.
At this point, there's the possibility that after all this work, we're going to try and drive it around the block and the transmission will just be garbage. It spun the wheels on the jack stand. That doesn't mean it moves the car.
Dude, don't talk about it.
There's
Don't
just the
talk about
possibility.
it. We have a chrome air cleaner, okay?
Oh, yeah, we'll be good.
Car's fine.
We got the car completely running, everything was coming together, and the brakes didn't work. It turns out that all of the little tiny line was just packed with goo. I ended up taking the entire brake system apart, the metering valve, the prop valve, chingus, cramming wire through it, air, carb cleaner, nightmare. Even though we're not gonna get any test runs in Houston, we're still gonna be able to run across the street over here at North Star if only I can make this junk stop.
I think all that's left to do is bleed the front brakes and see if she'll drive down the street. Maybe even do a burnout.
You know, there's a moment at which you think no amount of duct tape is actually going to get you on the road with this car. And then there's that moment where you fire it up and put it into gear and head out for your first test drive. And at this point, Finnegan and I are just giddy. And we pull out in front of the yard, drive around a couple of times, and I swear we're not in the car 30 seconds before Finnegan's on the wood, and this thing lays patch for a half a block.
Yeah! Yeah!
Yeah! Dude! Yeah!
Oh, dude, it's spunky.
And it smells like rubber in here. You know, 3 trips around the block is good enough proof for a junkyard car, so what do? You head straight to the drag strip. North Star is a really cool little track. It's an 1/8 mile, which is unusual for me, but nice place. The people there are fantastic. Can't say enough about the whole crew and how they treated us there. Finnegan goes up there to make the first pass on motor. .906, and I instantly whip out my phone and do the math to convert it to like a quarter-mile time, which is language I understand, and it's a 14:20. And I am just completely over the moon at this point, because 14:20 means that I can spray this thing into a 12-second car, for sure. It's 11:30, and I don't think we're racing in Houston unless we get there at like 9 or 10, which means we got a cannonball.
Let's get the hell out of here. Our really old and dry rotted tires are self-ejecting the treads now.
We heard something smack the inside of the quarter panel pretty hard, and it was that. Not good.
I vote limp it to the hotel, deal with it in the morning.
Well, yeah, we pretty much don't have a choice. We woke up in the morning at the Hooker Hotel, and sure enough, the tire was completely flat, but that doesn't slow us down. We don't have a spare, and we don't want to wait for a tow truck. So we hit the road in the Cuda with a dead flat tire. Drove the thing 5 miles on a completely flat tire, but the gearhead angels shine upon us once again because we never gacked the wheel. And we were able to slap new rubber on the car. We got 4 new tires, because that's the way we roll.
Tires are on, feeling good, except we're suffocating from all the exhaust leaks in this thing and the holes in the floor. So we brought it to this muffler shop, who said 2 hours to change the header gaskets and the collector gaskets. We came back 4 hours later, and it leaked worse than when we got here. So now Dave and I are fixing it ourselves, which is probably what we should have done first.
Probably.
The end.
The end.
David and I proceed to take the next 2 hours, making it worse than it was when we rolled in, but better than it was when the professional mechanics had their hands on it. It still sounded like dog shit when we left.
We hit the road, and the exhaust fume deal is just as bad as it ever has been.
We got a pretty bad exhaust leak in the cooter. And we're basically suffocating while we drive. So I'm gonna hack up this 2-liter bottle of soda, duct tape it to the window frame, and hopefully get some fresh air blowing at our domes so we don't pass out in the middle of the night while we're driving.
Wide open windows, and still you need a Coke bottle funneling the 70-mile-an-hour air directly at your face so that you can barely breathe enough to stay alive.
We're in Houston. We spent most of yesterday getting tires on the car and trying to protect ourselves from carbon monoxide. But we made it late last night, and now we are headed to the racetrack, hopefully to make some nitrous passes in the car. And then I think we're going to auction this thing off to some lucky person. Or unlucky person, depending on your point of view.
What's going on here is a regular NMCA event. Streetcar racing, Pro Street, the 10.5 cars, all the greatest heroes in the country, including the guys from Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, like Jeff Lutz and Larry Larson and Tim Reed, and they were just busting a gut at the CUDA. We installed that NOS system in record time, I think 10 minutes, like literally 3 people, 10 hands, everything like this.
We can't go home without running the nitrous to the thing, so we don't have an electric fuel pump for the nitrous system, so we're going to tee it into the stock pump, cross our fingers, and pray to God it doesn't lean out. Tim Reed, one of the guys that competes at Drag Week, was cool enough to loan me some of his nitrous system parts, and he come over and helped me wire the car. So when it was done, it only made sense to go for a test ride with him, because if it didn't work, it was kind of his fault.
Surges a little. It definitely surges.
Turned around to go back to the track because we need to do a little more tweaking on the car. And as I was making the U-turn, I hit the nitrous button on accident.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Would you bump the button?
No, my hand's up here. My hand's up here, man.
I bet you bumped the... Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh.
Right now the bottle's leaking. I blame David for that because he tightened it. And we have no key to get the trunk open. So we're just gonna wait a little bit because the car is full of nitrous right now and not safe to drive down the road.
It's a good thing we had a bunch of extra nitrous bottles with us because we had them filled at North Star the night before.
We were pitted right next to Jeff Lutz, and he drives a 57 Chevy that's one of the fastest street cars on the planet. So when I asked him to help me stage the cooter, he laughed at me, but he said yes. And so I got this guy standing in front of the car, and he's waving me into the beams, and he's laughing his ass off because he's staging like a 15-second car.
Come on, baby.
110 mile an hour, that's badass.
Best date work ever, man.
Lutz is jumping up and down because this thing ran 1474, but at 110 miles an hour. And I'm doing the math quick in my head going, that's a low 12-second car. It could be an 1190 car if it had traction.
I went directly from the end of the drag strip back over to the grandstands right by the starting line. And the announcer was super cool. He told everybody that we were jumping on an airplane right now and to get out whatever cash they had in their pockets because we were going to auction the car off right then and there, along with all of the tools we'd bought and whatever spare parts we didn't have time to install on it. And people showed up for this. I couldn't believe it.
We've got $100. What do we got over here? $200. $200.
Anyone else?
$300 from the gentleman in the red cap. Anyone else?
$1,000 from Charlie.
Whoa! $1,000.
$1,200.
$15. Oh, the racetrack.
All right.
Thank you for having us. $1,600. $1,800. 1900. Wow. $1,900. Going once. He's checking it out. $2,025. Dog. Nice round number. I like that. How'd you pick that one?
24. Big move. Big move. Linda from Sam goes 2,500. 25. 29. 3,000. Yeah. $3,000. Linda's got it for $3,000. Adam. $3,100.
Wow.
31.
Okay, 31.50.
3150. Going once. Going twice. Sold for 3150.
All right.
You know what the best part of this roadkill was? Think what didn't happen.
What didn't happen?
We didn't overheat and take the hood off the car.
There were no gauges. We didn't even know if we were.
Oh yeah, that's right. No oil pressure, no ammeter, no gauges. That's okay.
The
Junkyard
hood
car.
did stay on the car though, which is that's a step up for us.
Overall, I'm gonna say really solid roadkill. Took a thing out of the junkyard, raced 2 drag strips, nitrous.
My hands feel like I got into a fist fight with a cheese grater, and I'm okay with it, man.
It was pretty bad.
Okay with it.
One more bit of fun before we give it away. Ready?
Yes, sir. All right, you ready?
For what?
We're gonna go. Gonna do this now. Just pretend like I'm doing something here.
Basically what I'm doing.
These are tight. Yeah, that looks good. Just tuck that in right there. Ready to go. Let's go get a clap, David.
Yes! Yay!
Roadkill. No logic, no budget, no shame. Give us a clap, David.
That was a good clap with
Nice,
diesel hands.
nice.
Diesel adds the power.
Wow, you got some pop in that.
It is. It's the diesel.
I do
I'm
that,
convinced.
but everything hurts. Running out of daylight. I need parts. Hurry! Yeah, buddy. Don't be scared. I've searched the whole place. There's no back tires or wheels we can use.
On this episode of Roadkill, exhaustive scientific research to discover who makes the best cop car, Chevy or Ford. We're gonna kick it off here at Santa Anita Park in Arcadia, California, also known as Paved Acres of Destruction.
We've got 2 goals this time around for Roadkill. Goal number 1, invent a brand new motorsport. Oh, I missed it. Oh, boy. Whoops. And goal number 2, figure out, of the 2 cop cars we bought, which one is better, the Ford or the Chevy.
This is something I've wanted to do for a long time. There's nothing cooler than thrashing on a V8 rear-wheel drive, full-size American sedan, and the ultimate example of those is, of course, cop cars. The 2 really killer cop cars on the market that you can buy used are the 94 5 and 6 Caprice 9C1, which is the Chevy, powered by a 350 cubic inch LT1 V8. It's rated at 260 horsepower. Honestly, I think it makes more than that. The Ford you really want to buy is an 03 and up Crown Vic P71. Making 250 horsepower, at least that's where they were rated. I don't think they make that much. These cars are sickeningly slow.
As usual, we surfed Craigslist trying to find our candidates for our testing.
We paid $1,700 for the Chevy and $2,500 for the Crown Vic. The Chevy is 10 years older than the Ford. It has 173,000 miles on it. The Ford only has 101. However, the Caprice is the only car that police agencies have ever bothered to restore from scratch when they hit the limit of their service life. And so I was kind of a fan of the Caprice. Finnegan liked the Ford, so Finnegan went for amenities basically, and I went for horsepower.
So on day number 1, our first event was a good old-fashioned drag race, and we didn't use any timing equipment because that's way too scientific. We just went head-to-head, side-by-side. Which car is better?
In the drag race, I predict complete dominance by the Caprice, no doubt.
Crown Vic, huh? This car's got 101,000 miles of chasing perps.
Are we gonna go on 3? Well, on 3, 2, 1, on 1?
Okay, you count.
3, 2, 1. Oh! He completely jumped me.
Yes! Oh, he's done. I got this.
He chickened out. He thought he was going to run out of parking lot.
Winning! It's all about the guy who gets out in front and lets off and claims the race is over.
Oh, I was driving right past you.
You lose.
Why?
I won the race.
I passed you.
No, I was already done by then. We were done racing.
Nope.
Yeah, we're professionals.
In the first drag race, I'm really annoyed because the Crown Vic left on me. I'm in the Caprice, and honestly, it has so much power and such a destroyed posse that it is just laying wheel with one tire, and he gets out in front of me. But I wasn't that worried about it because after the Caprice hooked up, it just freight trained the Crown Vic.
And we learned right away that the Crown Vic had a better hole shot, and when I wasn't cheating the start, the Caprice was quicker on the top end.
I think we need to go again because he jumped me and I still passed him.
I gotta figure out a new way to cheat real quick.
This is weird. I've never been in the front seat of a cop car. It's like backwards.
Okay, you want to do the count?
Nah, you go ahead.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, Caprice wins. So in the second race, I had it figured out, and the Caprice drove right past the Crown Vic. It's a way faster car.
David kicked my butt, you know, once we went more than 400 or 500 feet.
Check it out, my tire is throwing off chunks already. So we're gonna have to tighten this up and get some action done. Armorall has this new stuff that we're testing for the magazine. It's called Custom Shield.
And what it's supposed to do is protect your paint job.
It's like a rubberized coating that looks like spray paint that you squirt on stuff and it peels off later. And not that we care about this particular quarter panel, but to test it, I'm gonna spray it on here, and at the end of our testing, we'll rip it off and find out if it works good.
Yeah, baby. Smooth.
Now we can do burnouts and throw rubber all over the car and it won't matter. It should come right off. Not that I really care about the paint on that piece of crap.
What we're gonna do now is like a movie scene, lead, follow, reverse 180. Finnegan's gonna be pointing this way, I'm gonna be pointing this way. We're both gonna take off in the same direction, and I've gotta pull a Rockford and get through those garbage cans before he does. Then we're gonna switch it up and race the other way.
Is it illegal not to have a windshield on your car? Yeah. I'm a little foggy on that rule. Word to your mother. Let's do this.
Oh, that was awesome. I guess we proved that
I lost my mirror.
you lost your, no, not mirror, that's your spotlight.
I can't find the perps at night now.
Wow, that was awesome. I'm ready. The beauty of it now is we know that all we're doing is smashing through it for kicks. So I'm ready. Should I wear the helmet? I hate to even think how much I'm gonna own that thing right now. I might have broken my windshield. Oops.
Best day at work ever.
There was really no education in this part of the fun, but we did prove that you don't break the Crown Vic windshield and you do shatter the Caprice windshield. That is completely senseless and radical fun.
The rest of this deal, whenever we were road tripping these cars, we were in danger of getting pulled over and arrested because it really did look like we were involved in a hit and run accident.
Right now, I've got a water truck cruising around the parking lot behind me, wetting down the shortest and worst autocross course I've ever seen in my life. All because I want to watch David spin out the Caprice a few more times.
By the end of the day, it had just turned into mayhem and we were destroying these cars for no reason, drifting them around, doing donuts. And the left rear tire of the Caprice got so bad, it was flinging cords everywhere.
I get in the Caprice and the tires are shredded already. There's very little left. They look like balloons. There's fuzzies hanging off the side. And I only drifted this car in front of the camera twice before the left rear tire exploded right on command. It sounded like a shotgun went off. It was pretty spectacular.
Now it's the end of the day and we've totally trashed this thing with filth and even hit it with a tire. And we're gonna find out if the custom shield will peel off. Good as new. Nice. That's kind of like vinyl wrap. Not even the tire scuffed through it. That's pretty amazing. Huh. I like it. Tomorrow, heading to Boron to build the off-road track we've wanted to do for like 2 years.
Yeah.
That's the plan. We're gonna freeze our cojones off tonight.
Yeah, and only got a shovel about that big, so it's gonna take some time.
We're just gonna drive through it, because I'm gonna go get mud tires put on that thing now that the tire's gone, so.
You get mud tires?
Yep.
Why didn't I think of that?
Crown Vic had 17-inch wheels on it, and the only aggressive tires I could find for those 17-inch wheels were a set of Blizzak ice tires, which were really soft. And David, because his cop car had 15-inch wheels, you know, on the Caprice, he bought mud terrain BFGs with aggressive-looking treads. This thing looked like it belonged in a Mad Max movie if it had, you know, a blower with a switch on it.
Check it out, it's perfect. I wish they were wider. They do have kind of that pizza cutter look to them, but they're aggressive.
I've literally got like skateboard wheels on my car right now, but you're still driving the Capiche. Not cool, no matter what you put on it for tires.
Using my phone. Uh-oh. You got the duct tape so I can shut my door? Wow, it's hashed. Ah, there you go. Cool. I'm a chump. Now that we've got my tires on, we hit the road and drove about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours out into the California desert.
We both figured, heading out into the dirt, he's got the advantage. Boy, were we wrong.
It's getting cold because we're climbing out of LA County into the high desert here, and we're going to someplace special, a spot every grown man should go in their entire lives, and that's the middle of nowhere.
I'm gonna have to say that the Chevy's gonna have the edge on the Crown Vic in the dirt. It's got to, please. Or I'm gonna be humiliated. I could see nothing other than his taillights. I'm driving in dust. I'm just trusting him. How's that 200 horsepower treating you?
It doesn't sound like a Lamborghini, but it's still pretty cool.
That's the sound of power.
You got the hot air intake under the hood. Yours sounds cooler.
I've got the direct dirt intake. Ultimately, it was freezing cold outside. We decided to call it a night. Finnegan thought we were going to freeze to death, and he had this massive, like, Brady Bunch tent. I called him a complete chick for wanting to be in the tent. I don't even think it was freezing. I built a campfire, hit the dirt, good to go all night long.
How cold is it?
I don't know. We didn't check the phone because that's where the thermometer is in this decade. I don't know if you realize this, but we bought 2 cop cars, bashed them, drove them to the middle of the desert, and found
Derbied in the dust.
land that my parents got suckered into buying 4 decades ago.
And tomorrow, we're going to wreck it.
Derby tomorrow.
Yep.
You're seriously going to sleep out on the ground?
It's way better than being in a tent.
Oh, wow. I think David slept by the fire. Did he like roll into it and kill himself? Damn. Stop snoring. No. I feel like I licked the top of the bar after last call. Ugh. My teeth feel like carpet.
When we woke up in the morning, the first challenge was to find where Finnegan's property actually was. We had the GPS on our cell phones, which surprisingly enough, still had the streets on it that had been carved in this place like back in 1969 or 70 or something like that. And somewhere in here was a 2.5 acre gem of property that belonged to his parents, so basically we could do whatever we wanted on it.
I think the air is just right for building a racetrack.
That way. It's right here, right?
So this 2.4 acres is
All yours.
all mine!
You're going to inherit that someday.
We're building a dirt track and we're inventing our own off-road racing series.
A dirt-ripping, thrashing course to put these 2 cop cars to the test.
There's a big S.
Yeah, for sure.
That connects back out to here.
Yeah, no, we're totally in agreement. So how do you want to make that? Do you want to just hop in a car and...
Let's just drive it.
This is going to be fun. How long before one of us gets hopelessly high-centered on something? Once we found the right property, the first thing we did is both hopped in the Crown Vic to go and plot a racetrack. Yeah. This trunk is garbage, right?
Jump on it.
Nope. I got no seatbelt. Oh, dude. Big right-hander. Oh yeah, this one's a riot. Oh! Wow. We're gonna get stuck out here eventually. No endangered species.
Oh, I haven't seen anything moving in here. Except us.
This is like the twisty out there.
There's bushes that aren't too dense, and we'd be able to drive these cars around 3 or 4 times and make our own track.
Yeah. That's gonna be so fun.
And it was gonna connect to a high-speed straight section that at some point the power company had graded to put in power poles. All right, let's get both cars and do this.
Okay.
I'm not having all the fun.
For the Caprice, I had found these really cool BFG mud terrains in a small size that would fit the passenger car. And I got them because they were tough, and I thought we were going to be dealing with a rocky terrain. It turned out to be pure silt. stuck. Knew that was gonna happen.
And he goes out there with his big old honkin' mud terrain tires that are way too skinny. These things are pizza cutters. And he goes out there, and I've kind of rutted up the course already, and he gets stuck right out in the middle of it, nowhere near flat, hard ground.
Not feeling so good about those new tires now, are ya? This is the part where I get stuck.
It's gonna need some snap. You might want to give it more distance than that.
I'm not even a Ford guy, but really, there's no denying the Crown Victoria is kicking the crap out of the Capiche.
He's so far out in the course that when I drive out, I have to leave the safety of flat, hard-packed dirt and go onto the silty stuff to try and yank him out. I give it a decent yank. He starts coming up over this berm. When he crests the berm, my car gets high-centered. And we're both stuck in the dirt now.
Finnegan came in right behind me to pull me out, and of course the Crown Vic then also went straight into China. And so there we are with two cars completely stuck in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, we can't deny it, ultimately we had to have the video guys pickup truck pull us out.
God, we suck at off-roading. Now the good part, the race.
Cool, so what are starting line?
Starting line.
All right.
Plan is, I'm thinking we come through here at speed, right?
Cool, flying start.
Yeah, because why wouldn't you? Yeah. And then I'll time you as you fly by. You run the whole track, come by again, and I'm gonna stop the clock when you pass the garbage can again.
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you your time.
Yeah, don't show it to me.
Yeah.
Just like leave the phone over there.
And then I'm gonna get in mine, do the same thing.
I have a lot of confidence right now because the Crown Vic, although on paper has less power, both of these cars seem to just suck ass in the horsepower department when you actually drive them. The Crown Vic handles a lot better and the tires seem to be working better. So I think I've got this covered.
I have to admit I'm a little intimidated. I think that the Crown Vic handles better off-road. He's gonna come through at speed. As soon as he crosses the trash can, I'm gonna fire this up. You can just see him digging in. There's more dirt in the sky than on the ground.
Oh, dude.
Right now he's like at 1.5 minutes, so it's a pretty long course. Okay, so I'm not gonna tell him his time. I'm gonna put that in my pocket and I'm gonna go make my run and we'll see what happens.
Did I win?
Now it was my turn, and I knew I was only gonna get him in the straightaways. He was sloppy out there. I'm gonna show skill.
Go, starting the timer.
He looks good, he looks smooth from what I could see, but in the middle section of the track, I can't see him running, but I hear the engine bogging down through the really soft stuff. And I'm pretty confident he's gonna lose this deal.
The question is, does he have the nuts to come through here wide open at the end of the race and stay in it, knowing there's a Crown Vic right there. His car's fishtailing, and he could die or have an airbag in the face. Oh my God, that thing's huge. Come on, you hunk of junk. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo! He's going through the finish line and then braking and pitching the car sideways out in the desert. And it's fast. I have no idea how you did, because I don't know how I did, but I will give you this. You stayed in it almost all the way to here and damn near took out the back end of my car, man. That was awesome.
At this point, I thought there was a chance that I had beat him with raw horsepower and top end speed, but... Okay, ready? I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Okay. Oh, winning! By, what was that, 3 seconds?
Not quite. Oh. What is it? 145.2 for you and 148.5
over 3
for me.
seconds.
Yeah, 3.3 seconds.
The phones turn around and I look and I realize I've whooped his ass by 3 seconds. And it's really not that I've whooped his ass, it's the Crown Vic has whooped the Caprice's ass badly.
Well, in fact, what we did was pretty unscientific, but we did spend a couple of days thrashing really hard on the Ford and Chevy cop cars, and it did teach me a lot. The Chevys are really more collectible. They're more valuable. They made them for only 3 years instead of for a full run like the Crown Vic. For an enthusiast, they're a really good car. Bone stock, they're really fast. You can also go with the Crown Vic, which is going to be way easier to find these days. It has a far more modern suspension system. The motor sucks a lot in comparison to the Chevy though, so kind of pick your poison. You want the better handling car, newer, more comfortable, looks a little bit cooler, you get the Ford. I came into this whole deal truly with my heart behind a Caprice, not because I'm really a Chevy guy, but because I knew it had way more horsepower and I knew it was way faster.
You were into it.
I was completely into it, and I'm walking away needing to have a Crown Vic. At the end of the day then, we're gonna claim a win on the Crown Vic, right?
Yeah, Crown Vic's the winner. Sorry, Chevy guys.
Yep.
You lose.
Yeah, we're freezing our nuts off in the Yukon because we're on our way to Alaska in the Ranchero for ice racing.
And hunting moose.
With the front bumper. Last time on Roadkill, we set out from El Segundo, California in our '68 Ford Ranchero and made it 2,000 miles into Canada with only minor issues, one of which was a wiring short that started to cause our lights to flicker. I didn't know this was legal in Canada, but apparently you can buy fireworks in a gas station. And so we decided to set them off in the middle of nowhere, which is right when our battery and our headlights died.
Because all of our lights shut off after a few minutes of running, we assumed our high output fog lights were pulling too many amps from the system, so we disconnected everything but the headlights so we could keep on trucking. We thought we had the car dialed, but when we got back on the road, we were apparently driving without any taillights. Now it's getting serious. Wow, 13 degrees. The Windex is frozen, the car is frozen. We didn't crack the block somehow. I was genuinely worried about that, but I think we're gonna be okay. Made it through another day.
The Alcan Highway never fails to provide awesome scenery, and I've done it both the summer and the winter. Winter is way cooler.
Come on, where's the animals?
You want to hit something?
I want an animal obstacle course right now. I want to slalom through a bison, a moose, and a muskrat.
And a bear.
Any minute now, a bison's gonna wander up the road and we're gonna cream it.
Smack.
It's gonna take a fistful of ranchero. It's roads like this that turn that 320-mile no big deal drive into a 12-hour affair.
I admire the guys who just hop on their snowmobile and crank along the side of the road here.
I don't admire them as much as I'm jealous of them because that's just fun. They've probably got like brandy and a little Buddha bag there.
They got their St. Bernard with them with the brandy and the and the little barrel under their neck.
Does that only happen in cartoons? You ever seen a St. Bernard?
Yeah,
I have. Or an ostrich or a bison.
You've seen ostrich? I was there.
Yeah. Well, that was the first time. There's an ostrich. Holy crap! I've never seen an ostrich, bro.
You never have?
Look, buffalo. Wait, is that those are buffalo. Holy crap!
You're right. Have you ever seen one in real life?
I've never seen that or an ostrich in real life.
Have you ever seen a moose?
Not in real life.
Bear?
Not in real life.
Elk?
Nope. Very sheltered.
This is our first wildlife spotting. It's a little bit weak, but we're really excited about it.
That's a bison.
It's one. There's no pack running down the street at us. You've ridden that thing at the bar. You can do it. I now have a photo to prove the intelligence of Mike Finnegan.
It's like he's playing possum right now. Like any minute now, he's just gonna charge. I'm honking our horn, which sounds a lot like what I think a bison should sound like. Everything we touch works perfect. I'm about to teach the bison how to do a burnout.
Sometimes I think that Finnegan's experience with wildlife is limited to like mosquitoes. It's one bison. Little did he know that just half an hour down the road we were going to run into a whole pack of them.
Wow, those things are huge.
They are. Look, he's crossing the road.
Oh wow.
He doesn't care. Another guy crossing the road.
Dude.
You're going to have to stop.
Why did the buffalo cross the road?
He didn't like the ranchero.
Like they're smart, right? Like he's circling around.
Yeah. Oh, you think they're gonna...
They're gonna circle the wagons on us. Pay us back for oppressing their people.
I don't know if you've noticed, but they really don't care.
Oh yeah?
Oh, you're right. They are circling the wagons on us. See this? See? I hate to break this to you, but
look how fast.
see, he's running.
They're running, dude.
Yeah, they're now
They're
running.
running.
For sure. How many stupid tourists get killed doing this every year?
All of them, I think.
Are we them?
Oh my God, look at this one, dude.
Where?
He's right behind us, look.
Oh, cool.
He's right behind us. Okay, I'm gonna go. Going. You go, okay.
He didn't care. All right.
There's a little baby.
Sorry to be tourists. See you later. Yeah! Who says you need fuel injection when you have a carburetor? Okay, maybe it would help. For the first time, we plugged in the oil pan heater and battery heater. Not bad.
Hooray, carburetor!
It's a little cold. This morning when I poured the oil in it, it looked like motor honey. It was really thick.
If that coolant temperature gauge could go backwards, it would right now. Holy crap, it's cold today. So we've got a horn that the longer you hold it down, the louder it gets. We've got an ignition switch that only works some of the time. Headlights that turn off after about 5 minutes if you turn the high beams on. Air shocks that leak. Other than that, we're pretty good. I think we're gonna make it. I think this is the year that we get to Alaska. Oh, jinxed us.
That was a bad one. That was good. Big props on that. When you least expected. This deal started in World War II when they were building the Alaska Highway, and soldiers, just to have that sense of home, would bring their hometown sign and put it on a post. And it's exploded into, like, I guess more than a city block here of signpost forest. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. All right, let's get back in the car with the heaters.
Did I just hear Finnegan chicken out? Yes, I did. I think I'll go do the same.
That's 2,700 miles so far in a 45-year-old automobile with a carburetor.
Which has given us no trouble.
In February.
When it's 1 degree.
You realize we're only 800 miles away from success, right?
You realize that we've already done 7 days and 2,700 miles?
And I haven't killed you yet.
It's unbelievable.
Nobody's died.
It's a long trip.
No animals have been harmed. No gas stations have been exploded with fireworks.
Yet.
All positive. This is the part where we get creamed by a bear right now.
We will cross the border tomorrow. And then we have to make it to Big Lake for the ice race.
I'm gonna go drift this parking lot.
I like this parking lot. Yeah. Nice. Good one. Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
That was quality.
That had style. Ready?
Sure. Yeah, all the way around. Ready? Yeah, perfection, except for a little snowbank action.
There are two things in life that I know without a doubt. You can never have too much horsepower, and you can never do too many donuts. But I cannot help myself from daydreaming about ripping around that racetrack.
Okay, let's get out of here before we get arrested.
All right, I think we're done.
When we just made it into Canada, the starter almost fell off the 363 motor, and now it's done it again, about 1,800 miles later.
Whitehorse has been the biggest city we've been to in the last 2-3 days. And thank God we're here because the starter's falling out again because the bolts really need some sort of thread locking paste on them. And we found a Napa, got that. We'll jack up the car one more time, hopefully reattach the starter permanently. With any luck, no more issues till we're into Alaska.
And then we'll have major issues, but it won't matter. Hey, Finnegan?
We're now to the part of the trip where I like to hit the reset button and just kind of clean and organize because I can't find anything anymore because Freiburger just likes to do this with stuff. And you see what happens when you do that. Yard sale. While he's under the car freezing his nuts off and getting oily and dirty, I think I'll just clean up back here. I think I'm losing my mind. I don't know what day it is anymore. I'm ready to be done.
That helps a lot.
Best day at work ever.
Those are fully tight and Loctited.
All right.
And if they come loose again,
Hook the battery back up?
tack welding them in. No, because the starter's still dangling freely here.
You were faster at this the last time.
This
Not
is
judging,
true.
I'm just letting you know for your own personal information.
Maybe it was the snowball to the nuts that sort of reduced the efficiency.
Just got to check the timing and good to go. Hit the road.
This thing changes its mind about idle quality all the time.
Rev it again.
It's like the weights aren't returning, right?
It's only 25 degrees, according to this. It's idling really fast though.
Yeah, it is.
So the deal is David's smacking the distributor and rotating it counterclockwise because in a Ford, that's the direction the rotor rotates, counterclockwise.
So that's
that's going to retard the timing a little bit and hopefully stop this thing from pinging. Our problem is, although we have a timing light, we're not sure that the timing pointer on the balancer is reading correctly. So kind
kind of flying blind here.
We're winging the motor to like 4 grand setting the timing, and it is making some noise. So finally, this French teacher comes down to yell at us, and short version is no parlez-vous, Flowmaster. She told us to get lost.
They're disturbing the peace with their loud hot rods.
Oh, this is the honorary French consul. We got yelled at by the Frenchies.
Once we left Whitehorse, we really were at the most desolate part of the Alcan. We're only 80 miles from the border. We're this close to getting Alaska, and I don't want anything to stop us from crossing the border. So we've got to stop and blow up the last of our illegal fireworks.
That was $40.
Apparently it's too cold.
Got ripped off.
Yeah, my hands are freezing.
Try lighting it in the car.
I have made fire.
Cup the fire.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Gonna go out. Here.
Gas-soaked cardboard won't burn, 17 degrees.
I think he's just gonna kick the fireworks down the hill. Run!
Ah!
Oh my God.
It better be good. Yeah! Wow! That's loud.
That was great.
That was worth the 20 minutes.
Yeah, let's do the next one. Oh, that one broke.
Oh, that one had value.
We're partying like it's 1995. Wow. All right, last couple, we're done. I now know what true cold feels like.
All the locals will laugh at us for being cold at only 16 degrees. Did you hear that guy say, we don't worry about it till it's minus 60?
This part of the Alcan, this is like going off-road.
It's been like driving on a dirt road. Whoa, that was a good one for quite a while. I like Canada, it's been good.
I like Alaska better though, because that means we win. 14 months of eating crow for not making this trip. We're finally gonna get there.
Don't speak too soon. 80 miles is big for us.
The hood is still on the car, even though we don't have a chrome air cleaner. I say the car is fine.
Oh, it's because it has racing stripes. That's why it's fine.
Those add horsepower. I hope they let us in.
I know. Won't that be funny?
They're like, go back, you're wearing too much flannel.
Welcome to the United States of America. Yeah.
Turn the heater off, please. Ooh, did you see that? I just got retina scanned.
Oh, yeah.
You guys finally made it. I saw you on YouTube.
God, ow!
You went to Idaho and got that old Chevy.
You're kidding me.
Oh,
wow,
my
that
God.
is so
And
cool.
you said forget it. This is the original car. You had it overhauled. You had some problems.
Yeah.
You
This
kept
is
breaking
it.
Down. I saw it on YouTube.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
That's
what are the odds?
unbelievable. That's so cool.
We have a lot to declare. Number one, we're awesome. Number two, there's 3 bottles of beer in there we forgot to drink and some leftover fireworks. I'll gladly throw all of it out.
This is the last one. You're in America, not California.
Oh, best welcome to America ever. Thank you. That's
fucking unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Wow. Driving down this road, and there's a guy standing on the seat of his snowmobile at the side of the road, and he's waving at us. So we pull over. He runs up to the window, goes, "You're David Freiburger."
But you ever been on a sled?
No.
Yes.
Go?
Really?
Yeah. Heck yeah. Dude, it's not every day Freiburger's in Alaska, dude.
We're about to go snowmobiling. We ran into some awesome people who traded us their much more expensive, much nicer, much newer snowmobiles for this crappy Ranchero. Not a bad deal. Here you go. She's all yours. It does really good donuts, so you don't even need reverse to turn around. Rope over.
Okay.
Throttle
throttle, and it's an automatic clutch, so you kind of burp your throttle a little bit to get yourself rolling.
Yep.
And just head across the road and hang a lap.
We all met at a bar about 5 miles down the road. Complete trusting strangers who threw us the keys to machines that are worth 10 times what the Ranchero is worth. As awesome as a 100-mile-an-hour snowmobile is, we really only had one thing on our minds, and that was getting to the ice races the next day.
"14 months ago, we decided we were going to do this, and the reason was we had seen a YouTube video of action out here on the ice. That's all we really knew about it. Mostly import cars in 3 different classes, running all in one pack around this road course. And in the middle of all of that is going to be our Ranchero. These cars are racing, aren't they?
I have no idea. I don't know where we're going or what we're doing or what kind of racing.
I know the lake's frozen. I probably look like a Californian showing up to Alaska because these guys are wearing basically ball caps. Victory! Do I look like a California guy who arrived in Alaska?
Yes.
Yep. Perfect. We're standing out like a Ranchero in a sea of Subarus. Yeah, all-wheel drive everywhere, no muscle cars. It's a road course wheel to wheel. He said no body contact, but they haven't met me yet.
Time to celebrate.
Oh, that hurt. I'm guessing you were expecting that to be soft. Both these are in my class, the Focus, and I believe that's a Festiva, but I'm not sure.
I remember the commercial for this car. I remember the song.
For years, you will say, hey, remember that time you lost the race to the 83 Festiva?
That's right.
Without clarifying where we were. With your 363 cubic inch, 450 horsepower dart motor. Remember that?
Yep.
That's my future.
This thing looks restored. It's like brand new inside. The Skittle is gonna work the Ranchero over like a rented mule.
That's the ice. I thought it was a little further down than that. Considering I'm slipping on it with my boot, I'm looking forward to driving on it. The only guy we had ever talked to at the Alaska Sports Car Club was this guy TJ. And just talking to him on the phone, Finnegan goes, I gotta know what this guy looks like. He said, I bet he's Grizzly Adams. And I said, no, I'll take that bet. I think he's Cletus Snow. And we got there, and sure enough, this dude is Grizzly Adams. And I lost the bet and had to take a snowball to the face.
I lose.
Oh, it is Grizzly Adams.
David Freiburger from Hot Rod.
I
How's
win
it
the
going?
bet.
You
You
win.
look like Grizzly Adams.
I have to go take a snowball in the face because you look like Grizzly Adams.
That's cool.
3, 2, 1.
I didn't flinch.
We did a couple of warm-up races and did okay, but once we got out there wheel to wheel, it was a completely different story.
Now we have to grade up, but we don't know who's going to drive in the first heat, so we're going to do the Rochambeau. Oh! Oh! Oh, you drive. Okay.
Driving.
Oh, here we go.
Wow. This is, remember, not a race. This is a parade into the race.
Oh, it is?
Yes, this is a yellow all the way around, and if we're bunched up properly, we get the green.
All right.
So you're just supposed to drive like this.
It's my first parade lap.
And
Is that green?
green.
Okay. Passing the Festiva.
We're racing.
We are racing. And I can't
see Jack. I'm like having a semi pass you on the Alcan. Drive inside this guy.
All right, he's done.
Ooh, pass him. Pass him. You pass somebody. Yeah!
I can't see the corner.
I know. There it is.
Can I go? Can I go
Yes.
inside?
Dive in. You totally passed that guy.
Oh, backwards car.
Guy's going the wrong
I
way.
just passed another guy.
Dude, you're owning this.
This is a yard sale. Yard sale right now.
Dude, we're keeping up.
Yeah.
And you passed that guy.
I don't think we're gonna get lapped by the Festiva.
No. Uh-oh. Until now. Go all the way around. Let this guy. Oh,
Damn it.
damn. Let this guy around.
Ice racing is frustrating in a two-wheel drive car. They really don't belong out there, and when you spin one out and park it on a snowbank,
You've only got 2 turns left, and you're about to F it up. Okay.
you don't have traction to get back off the snowbank. So you end up sitting there watching other people drive by you waving in all-wheel drive Subarus, having fun while they finish the race.
It was getting a little bit hot, and it's because the ice stuffed in the engine compartment was holding up the electric fan. We passed during the race 3 different cars, many of the time sideways. He was just like learning more and more and more every lap, and we were going faster and faster. It was really cool.
And then I unlearned everything, spun out, and those 3 guys passed me. Remember, stay wide.
Yep.
It's a long corner.
Yeah, this one's definitely.
Rotate it. There you go. Right on. There we go. Use the berm.
No! Oh! You officially did better than me because you made it to the last lap.
Try reverse. You may get out of this.
I think both of us got a little bit aggressive, and while we did pass some guys, neither one of us could make it more than a lap or 2 before we stuffed this thing into a snow berm and had to sit there and watch the rest of the race.
Ooh, interesting, yeah. That had style.
There's traction there.
That had style.
Oh, shit.
Oh! Oh, you're kidding me.
Already?
Did that just happen?
That's like the first lap.
That was the first lap. Actually, you didn't complete 1 lap.
He's just laughing at us. He's smiling, but inside he's going, "You chumps, get around the track. I'm tired of..." I think we just ran out of gas.
Are you serious? Oh, wow. I think you're right.
How come we have run out of gas already?
What was that?
Might be in gear. So we just figured out what was wrong with the car. When the car fired up right after you put gas in, I go, that started way too easier. We didn't even crank it
that
very
doesn't
long.
make sense.
And I got out and I looked under the hood and I could see it sparking and it was melting the wire right here.
This is unbelievable. We are pretty sure that we found the problem we've had with this car last year and this year with the timing and the lights flickering and stuff like that. There's spark jumping through the coil wire boot directly to the wiring harness for all the lights and everything. And it's gotta be what the problem is. It's gotta be.
Remarkably, we somehow took 4th place out of 6 cars in our class. And I don't know how that works because we only finished 1 heat out of 5.
It took 14 months, but we did it. This is Big Lake, Alaska, and we survived the ice races thanks to these guys, the Alaska Sports Car Club. Check them out.
Yeah!
Awesome. And they are our destination. Victory.
Yep. Sorry, haters.
We
We didn't fail. You know how I can tell David's angry? There's static coming off of his flannel, and his toque is popped up on top of his head.
He apparently is escaping from the work right now.
Canada.
Fairly dick-like to snowball me then leave, but there will be retaliation.
Good save.
Hand me the camera. All right, see ya. We're addicted to the video, guys.
You kind of are, yeah.
You do not want to lick my nuts right now because your tongue is guaranteed to stick.
I don't think we can use lick nuts.
But it was funny.
I don't think. He's
Let's
like,
hope.
we got nothing.
This time on Roadkill, we flew all the way to Pittsburgh to visit our buddy Jeff Lutz, buy this Monza, and cram 5 leaf blowers under the hatch.
What a dumbass idea that was. Let's go. We're going land speed racing, and we need a car to do that, but we're not going to shop Craigslist this time. We're heading to Steeltown Motors in Youngstown, Ohio, where they've got a bunch of muscle cars for us to check out. Figures we finally get to the East Coast and it's raining the day we get here.
They have good stuff for cheap, though.
Well, they have cheap stuff. I don't know how good it is.
It's good enough for us.
This must be Matt.
Matt, nice to meet you, buddy.
Good to meet you.
I'm Freiburger.
Nice to meet you, Freiburger. I got the 78 Monza for sale. It's got the original small block in it, original 4-speed, or the V8. It was actually built here in Lordstown, 5 miles away.
Does it do good burnouts?
Yeah, real good.
That's critical.
Has it got a posi?
Yes.
Really? Does good donuts then.
4-speed
it'll do
and
donuts.
posi.
It's cool. Yeah, check it out. 4-speed's unique.
This won't work at all. It's got 2 seat belts.
Oh, yeah.
You never
can't
had
have
2
that.
seat belts.
Dude, this is way too good for us.
Yeah, this already works. What do you want for this?
I'd take $3 grand for it.
$3 grand? I like this. What's the story with the Mustang?
This is a 73 Mustang 351. It's a 4-speed car also.
That's
How
cool.
much is this one?
You'd probably sell it for around 15.
All right, next car. Oh my goodness.
That is cool. Look at the fast boat deal. I love it. Side pipes are genius.
Wow.
Oh, and it's a roadster. Wow. What year is it?
69.
I went to my high school prom in one of these. Didn't get laid, but it was still fun. Should I even ask
cool.
how much this is?
15, 16 grand.
Okay,
Wow.
what's
let's
next?
let's get this. Now, what are you thinking?
This one's even more rare. It's a 69 original Trans Am.
Wait,
a
this
real
is
Trans Am?
It's a real Trans Am. One of 600.
698.
Van Halen jumped with David Lee Roth.
So you want this one, then, is what you're saying. I'm not asking. We can't afford this at all.
No.
I think the Monza is the winner then.
Yeah. I like the Monza, though.
Yeah.
The Monza's as good as this if you squint.
So let's test drive the Monza.
Okay. Kiss your tires goodbye. Did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did. I don't think there's a return spring on the throttle. Wow.
Try putting
that
it in
clutch,
gear.
No, I'm in gear. The clutch comes all the way out before it engages. Look at that. All right.
That means
Still
it's
hasn't engaged.
shot.
Still hasn't engaged.
Wow.
There we go. We may need a clutch, dude. Oh, dude, she spins good.
In the rain. This is way too good for us.
It's very sticky though. Like,
Well, yeah, there's literal mold on stuff. Look at the interiors falling apart a little bit. This thing's bitching.
I like this. This is easily the coolest selling car we've had on Roadkill before.
$6 grand! Dude, this thing is money! I want to drive.
Yeah, you want to barely pull over? You drive it.
Seatbelts don't retract.
Why are you swerving? Why are you swerving? You're freaking me out. All right, let's go buy this thing.
We have to buy it now because we almost destroyed your tires and almost guardrailed that side of it.
It's like that on dry pavement too. Car's fun.
Cool.
Awesome. All right, well, let's.
All right,
Come on
pony
in.
up.
I have money. Thanks, Matt.
That means we can do donuts now.
What are you doing?
Dead battery or neutral safety switch or something.
You notice this happened right after we gave him
Did
the
that
cash.
price come with a battery or no?
You gotta be kidding me.
You know what? It hasn't been either 5 minutes or 50 feet.
Terminal's
Oh, there you
completely
go.
off.
Check that out. Is this a sign of what's to come?
No.
I've been wanting to do a Monza land speed car for a while because these are actually pretty aerodynamic. I know some guys at El Mirage and Bonneville who run these things that are really fast, and this one won't be, but it's good.
The graceful exit.
We still had a couple days until we had to race at the Ohio Mile, so we decided to run over to Pennsylvania and visit our buddy Jeff Lutz, who has a race shop and a chassis dyno, so that we could find out how much power we were going to make.
I think you can go right in the door.
Nice.
We're here to class the joint up for you.
How you doing?
What's happening?
Nice car, buddy. Nice. This is it, huh?
It's actually not that bad.
Man, that is a clean looking
at
car. Yeah, little Bondo on the hood.
Meanwhile, this is far more important over here.
We just built that. Gear vendor, Rossler.
Spread port heads, huh? Does this make like 2,500?
About 35.
35?
Oh yeah, easily.
Jeff Lutz is a Hot Rod Drag Week veteran, and his shop, Lutz Race Cars, routinely builds hot rods that have more than 2,500 horsepower. Lutz's son, Jeffrey, is building an '89 Honda Civic rear-wheel drive and has a twin-turboed small block under the hood. Jeff's other ride is a legit pro mod car, a yellow Camaro that packs almost 4,000 horsepower under the hood and runs deep into 5-second territory. Want to trade?
We make you a good deal.
No.
Should we put it on the dyno?
Absolutely. Let's get a
how bad
baseline.
it is?
You should take it for a spin. It's fun.
Yeah, well, I got to turn it around anyways.
Yeah,
Go for it.
How do I get the feeling he's done this 100 times?
Yep.
Second gear, go. Made 144 to the wheels.
And 215 pound-feet, but you saw 15 to 1.
It was over 14 and it climbed all the way to 15.
Well, that explains the misfire. It's got a burned spark plug wire, it runs way too lean, and it has a ton of blow-by. We can't do anything about the blow-by, but we're gonna see if we can tune it up a little bit and make it run right and get a real number. We took the Quadrajet off the Monza. We borrowed a Carb Shop 650 double pumper here. Up, stop. This thing has a hydraulic flat tablet cam in it, and you're supposed to have about a quarter turn of preload on the push rod, and it had none. They were just sort of dangling in the breeze. This thing only has a 305 in it, but 144 horsepower to the wheel sucked. We also gutted the interior, found some drug paraphernalia, and spray painted the hood with some help from Lutz's son Jeffrey. And then it was time to hit the dyno once again.
He's a beast. 193 to the wheels with a 305 that smokes like a banshee.
Perfect. Yeah. Dude, we picked up like 49 rear wheel horsepower.
This is like a whole new car.
With no timing light and no jets. It made 193 to the wheels and 231 for torque. We need 200.
I know how we can get 200.
Morning.
We brought the horsepower. 700 CFM.
Each.
Wow.
And there's
We got 4.
Oh, we got one more.
Oh, no, we got 5.
5.
We bought everyone they had.
Wow.
$1,600 worth of horsepower right there. 2 years ago, I saw some guys on YouTube supercharging a Chevy S10 with a leaf blower. And I thought, well, if one leaf blower is good, then 2's better. So I bought 2, and we supercharged a small block in a Corvette and actually made horsepower. So I figure 5's gonna be even better, right? We should be able to make 4 or 5 pounds of boost and maybe 270 to the wheels of our little Monza here.
We know this is going to work from past experience, but we're dying to do something. So we're gonna rig 2 of them here on the table, wire them together right like that with some duct tape, which is gonna be brilliant, and test the theory. There we go. Yeah. Down low, it's much bigger.
It felt good. When we hit it, it didn't do the when it took off. So do you want to mock up PVC for more, or just go right to let's install all 5 in the trunk?
Might as well get them in the trunk.
I'm all in on this deal. Let's just put them all in.
Let's just do it. It's not like it's not gonna work. Our goal yesterday was to make 200 horsepower to the tire, and we just did it. We took out the rear seat so that we'll have room for 5 blowers here staggered. We're gonna go 3 and then 2, make brackets to hold them down, and we are gonna have to make a firewall between the blowers and the passenger compartment because there's gasoline in them, so it's like a fuel cell. And then we're gonna have to make a discharge tube that connects all of those blowers together and runs up the middle of the car and somehow gets through the firewall to connect to the carburetor hat.
Fire, big fire.
Oh yeah, that's good. Sparks caught his flameproofing on fire because his flameproofing was cardboard. And
Pizza box.
Then the cardboard caught the carpet on fire.
You want to stand by with the fire extinguisher?
It is truly the first time on Roadkill we've used a fire extinguisher. We have needed one. This is the first actual use. Looking good.
Hey, you got your extinguisher?
Yeah.
Ah, sorry.
Ah. Sorry about that. You okay?
That doesn't taste good.
Is it in your eye?
It's in my mouth.
Oh, it tastes nasty just floating around. What is it?
All right, you got me back for the snowball, all right?
I did not do it on purpose.
While Finnegan and I were trying to burn the shop down, Lutz fabricated the whole discharge tubes for the blowers. Finally, we were getting closer to finding out what these blowers were going to do.
We're running 3 leaf blowers right now. So this is the moment to find out if this is all gonna make it. We're worried that all of this tubing might actually reduce the flow to the point that it's only gonna run as well as it did with the 2 when we tested them up here. Y'all got your choke off?
I can feel something happening in here. And it's good.
Yeah! Here we go.
Moving it.
Nope. It made 197, but all the fluids are cold. The oil, the transmission, the rear end, so we're hoping that's where our 5 horsepower went.
I was down 1 leaf blower.
So that one's junk?
Well, we're gonna dissect it.
Oh yeah, hashed.
For some reason, all these superchargers are just not making the power. But finally, Lutz figured out the problem.
We tried to fire up all 3 of these leaf blowers at the same time, and we would get 2 of them running, and they would make so much pressure in the pipe that they would actually be motoring the 3rd one backwards. And so not only does that mean that that motor is not making boost, it also means it's a boost leak because the pressure's coming out through it. Here's what we did. This valve right here is a ball valve, which right now is completely open. So we can fire up all of the motors and it'll just blow all of the boost out that hole. We're gonna then rev the engine up to about 3,500 RPM when the engine's consuming some air and slam that shut, at which point all the boost will go to the engine, but it'll be able to take it at that point because the engine's consuming air.
On our last pass of the day, even with the blow-off valve, we managed to bring the torque up quite a bit, but the horsepower remained the same. At this point, there was only one answer: more boost.
It's Friday and we planned to drive away to go to Ohio to the races today, but we showed up this morning and Lutz has this buddy who had a perfectly good 350 Chevy and he was sick of the 305 smoking and puking oil all over the floor, so they got the motor half out before we even got here. So I guess we're doing an engine swap because we weren't far enough behind.
We're finishing up the installation of blower number 4, blower number 5. Right now, I'm welding together an exhaust system using the stock mufflers, so we can vent it through the bottom of the car so we don't suffocate.
Which is new for us.
Blowers 1 and 2 through one pipe, and blowers 3, 4, and 5 through another pipe. And if you notice, we have cross flow happening here. They're exiting at an angle, so that's gonna scavenge one side from the other. We're boosting our power here.
Ah, the look of horsepower. 5 leaf blowers work. Now if we had an engine, we'd be somebody.
A serious boost.
I don't know if it's serious boost, it's serious wind.
Wind, anyways, yes.
It blows about like a F3 Pro Charger at idle.
It blows.
It blows. Timing. This is going to be first fire on our new 350 small block. It clearly needs a little bit more ignition advance.
We've got it running well enough to make a back-to-back comparison between the 350 and the 305. And the bigger motor, naturally aspirated, made the best power that we'd seen yet. 207 horsepower to the wheels.
We're where we were at with the leaf blowers on the 305.
Right now.
The internet says this doesn't work. Go check. You can find out.
Oh my God, dude. 284 pound-feet of torque.
We've owned this Monza for 3 days. We spent 1 day doing ridiculous burnouts in the rain and 2 days wrenching, dyno testing, and thrashing on this thing. And finally, we're on our way to race it at the Ohio Mile in Wilmington.
It is 8:15.
What time are we supposed to be there?
Now. And
we're right on time.
4 hours to go.
The gauge says 55, but I think we're going 67 or 70.
We're going 72.
The gauge is way off. The fact that we have a gauge of any sort is amazing. I think it's got a driveline vibration, the engine's shaking because it's running too fast, and the tires are out of balance.
So it's fine.
So when you combo that all together, we're kind of doing the Cabbage Patch as we go down the road right now.
The whole point of this episode was to come here to the Ohio Mile, which is in Wilmington, Ohio at the air park. And it's an event run by the East Coast Timing Association. Cars start from a standstill and they accelerate all the way through the mile. And at the end there is a 132-foot timing trap with a beam here and a beam here 132 feet apart. And the mile-an-hour number that you get is your average across that distance. One of the cool things at these events is you see all kinds of cars. There's tons of street rods, there's streamliners, there's roadsters, there's late model cars, and there's a Monza with 5 leaf blowers on it.
We're dying to make passes, but we had to go through the registration process, which involved tech inspection.
Now, the duct tape actually holds it?
They passed us through tech, although there's some things that we need to do, just little stuff, zip tying here and there, that they want us to pull the radio out of the dash. They don't want the radio flying at us. The class we're gonna run is C, which is the engine designation, and then we're gonna run blown, because clearly we're supercharged, and gas, and we're gonna run in altered as our body class. What we're gonna do is tape this all off, and it actually makes the car more aerodynamic.
They had a record number of cars here, and the line was huge. But the good news about it is that the Monza was clearly the biggest freak show in the whole place. People could not stop checking out our genius supercharger installation.
I feel great. 5 leaf blowers in the trunk, and I've never done this before. What could go wrong?
38.46. Not bad for an utter pile of garbage.
Yeah! Best day workout right here. Holy crap.
That's awesome. And they're yelling at him they're going to throw him out because he broke out of his license.
Didn't I say like 125 plus or minus 5? Isn't that kind of what I said?
Never heard the plus
That
or
what
minus.
well, plus or minus, yeah, the plus or minus is a little confusing.
Can I
know
ask
it's
for
tough.
leniency
Plus
on-
or minus, it's a complicated task.
Finnegan had to get yelled at by my buddy Keith Turk, who runs the East Coast Timing Association, because Finnegan was only supposed to run 125 miles an hour on his rookie path.
130. We're gonna get a license, baby. 135.
The next time Finnegan ran, he actually went 125 miles an hour to get his license, and then we moved on back to testing. We came back the next day, and it was raining. We knew we weren't going to get a whole lot of runs in, so this was not going to be science. But we did stab Finnegan in the car without the leaf blowers running, and he went 137.15 miles an hour. And then we put Jeff Lutz in the car, and he bang shifted the Monza and ran 139.84.
So we picked up 2.5 miles an hour with the leaf blowers. Was that worth $1,600? No.
I'll say it, we proved that leaf blowers work, on the chassis dyno anyway. We saw these things pick up 20 horsepower at the wheels, and a little bit more than that in torque. It's all about the airflow, it works. But in the standing mile, we only saw maybe 1 mile an hour, 2 mile an hour gain, and that's because we spent so much time at high RPM where the leaf blowers are less efficient, because they can't move as much air as the engine is consuming. But in the end, we've got one thing to show for this, and that is the only Monza on Earth that you can use for drying the track.
On this episode of Roadkill, we flew to Pittsburgh because we were tired of sun, and we bought this Monza, and we stuffed 5 leaf blowers in it at our blah, blah. Why don't you do one? Boosted.
On this episode of Roadkill, we prove the internet is right. Leaf blowers don't make boost.
I don't think you want to give that away.
Oh, no?
Do you? Why would you watch the rest of the show?
On this episode of Roadkill, we stick 5 leaf blowers in a Monza for no good reason. On this episode of Roadkill, we're going to recycle a Toyota Prius.
With a tank.
Yeah!
The idea behind this episode is to do a shootout of a 75 AMC Gremlin to a new Prius. But you know what? Not everything goes as planned on Roadkill.
I bought the Gremlin for $700 off of eBay, and that was like 5 or 6 years ago. I really thought that I was going to make a project car out of it, but life changed. I ended up shoving it in this garage, and it sat here for 3 or 4 years untouched. It's got spark, it's just very weak. It should run on ether for sure. The Toyota Prius is the hybrid greenie car that hot rodders love to hate. What I want to do is compare that Prius to my 75 Gremlin. See, when the Gremlin came out in 1970, it was sort of the Prius of its time, along with the Ford Pinto and the Chevy Vega. It was a small economy car, the first time that domestic automakers had really worried about that type of thing. But my argument is that as a hot rodder who wants to drive an old car every day, this Gremlin makes more sense than the Prius. It was $700, so I don't care what the difference in gas mileage is, it's going to take forever for you to actually justify the price of the Prius because it gets better mileage. And from an environmental point of view, the Gremlin has long since amortized its manufacturing pollution. That's gone. Whereas the Prius is truly an environmental disaster when it comes to manufacturing. Hence, Gremmy. After dragging the Gremmy out of the garage, I spent a couple days working on it. I had to change the start rod bushings, threw some spark plugs in it, and plug wires, some brakes, but that's about it. Gremmy's good to go. I don't know if the Prius is good or not. I've never driven one.
My God, it's a speed bump. It's an egg.
It's got the old clean air access. That's so you could drive in the carpool lane because you were green to the earth, and so they gave you the perk of driving in the carpool lane.
Oh, so you can drive in the
California.
snob lane, essentially, is what you're saying.
Does it have a motor?
Does it have a soul?
It's amazing how little I actually know about these. I think there's an engineer somewhere.
That's not an engine, that's a barbecue. Look at that. This is for making your tofu burgers right before you go on your fixed gear bicycle ride.
Wow.
How bad could it suck? Let's drive it.
What is B?
Badass.
RND-B.
It goes like this. Reverse, neutral, drive, badass. That's for passing people. If you want to pass people, you go badass. Wow.
I think there's no badass in the Prius.
Oh, it turned off. Okay, I'm going to give it some gas.
It started.
On the floor. Wait for it.
The Gremlin might outrun this. So you got to drive it to the gas station.
No. Rock, paper,
it's on
scissors.
you.
Son of a bitch. Come on, car, start. Oh yeah, I gotta push on the gas pedal. Okay. Yeah, I can hear the engine revving. Drive. Come on, you stupid car. I got nothing here. I don't know why the car won't move. This is why it gets such good mileage. You never go anywhere. You can't make the car move. Mother. Ah! Come on! It does not go anywhere, but I can hear the motor revving.
Did you put your foot on the brake?
Oh, there we go. Oh my God, that's it? That's all it's got?
Today we're going to do gas mileage test from here to Willow Springs Raceway, which is about an hour away. And once we get there, obviously, all mayhem will break loose. Whoops. This thing is a 232 cubic inch 6-cylinder. The Gremlin was different than the Pinto or the Vega in that it had a base inline 6 instead of a 4-cylinder, so it probably didn't get as good a mileage. If I had to guess on the Gremmy, I would say it's going to get 14 miles per gallon. But anything in double digits, honestly, is good for me.
It took $31 to fill it. My truck takes about 90.
There, it's running out onto the floor. We'll call that full. 15 gallons, 65 bucks. This thing has a bigger tank than I thought.
I feel less of a man. I feel about 4 feet tall. I feel like I should be riding a bicycle to work and eating a lot of granola right now.
I feel like growing my hair out, listening to 8-track tapes, and smoking weed.
Yeah, you and your buddies should be heading to an AC/DC concert right now.
I'm thinking more Kansas.
Other than the fact that it's got air conditioning and a GPS, there's really nothing great about this car. I hope it gets really excellent mileage to make up for all the V8s I have in my life.
Are you ready for racing? Okay, on your 3.
1, 2, 3.
Uh-oh, I'm getting
Oh,
pulled
you're
pretty
getting
bad.
blasted right now.
Oh no. Oh, this is embarrassing.
Did you even hit the accelerator pedal?
The beauty of street racing these cars is you can never get caught because it's not obvious you're racing.
When we're street racing, we're actually impeding traffic.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Wow, the Gremlin is weak sauce.
Gremlin is prettier.
I like style in my automobile, and this car is severely lacking in that department.
The Gremlin, meanwhile, holds the distinction of being the only car designed on an airplane barf bag.
Can you imagine that board meeting? Okay, we got this new car, and we're gonna call it a Gremlin. Yeah, that's gonna sell a shitload of automobiles. 1.3 gallons.
1.3. This took 2.59. So the Gremlin got 18.14 miles per gallon. That's deep double digits for me. That's good. Okay, so how many gallons in the Prius?
1.39.
33.8.
Wow.
Aren't they supposed to get 48 miles per gallon? Probably not when you're driving like an idiot. I can almost guarantee that never before have a Prius and a Gremlin showed up to do a head-to-head shootout at the streets of Willow Racetrack.
We already proved which car was faster going forwards on the street, But what we really wanted to find out was which car went faster backwards.
I like that we're about to go backwards as fast as possible when we're about 3 feet away from each other. 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on, baby.
Wow, I'm winning.
Oh my God, I'm getting whooped by the gremlin. Oh, speed wobble. He's crossing lane. Does Rockford's.
I was gonna pull a Rockford, but honestly, I had no idea what was going on. The front end of this thing gets real wonky.
You were swerving, you changed lanes.
Oh, it was so bad. Speaking of that tight front suspension, I think there is some chance that the Gremmy can outrun the Prius here on the road course at Streets of Willow. So we're gonna do both drivers, both cars, and sit in the timing tower and clock us as we go by, see which car is quicker. This is just my warm-up lap, and then I'll come through at speed. I've been on this track before, but I can't say I'm familiar with it enough to really know where all the turn-ins and everything are. So we'll do the best we can here in the Gremmy. Poor Gremmy. I'm thinking right now I'm real glad I don't have an oil pressure gauge. Oh, that poor white wall. It's dying. Come on, Gremmy. Go, Gremmy, go.
Looking good, doing about 50 maybe.
Wow, that was a weak starting line entrance, 50 miles an hour. That poor Gremmy. Brakes leave something to be desired.
Yeah, this is not impressive at all. We're 30 seconds into this first lap. He's only to the second turn. That's not good.
You know, back in the early 70s, guys actually did race gremlins in competition, but they weren't a bone stock absolute pile of crap that have been sitting in my garage for 5 years.
Oh, understeer so bad. Oh, this thing's a dog.
Minute and 55. Come on, baby. What do we got here? 156.9 seconds. Oh, and the brake lights came back on. That's good.
I've never driven a Prius before, and my first time is going to be here on a racetrack. It's fitting because this is a precision implement of performance.
That's one hell of a race car.
Wow, this thing's bad. I suppose it wouldn't be if you got used to it. It's just so foreign. Wow, this is bad. But you know what? It's faster than the Gremlin, for sure.
A lot of tire squealing for a warm-up lap. All right, here we go. It doesn't look much faster there.
Going into the hot lap, again, it was pretty obvious that the Prius was going to be faster than the Gremlin.
He's into turn 3 at the 30-second mark, which is one whole turn faster than he was in the Gremlin.
Halfway into the hot lap with the Prius is the moment that the whole show started to go upside down. I don't know if I noticed first that the thing was just slowing down, or if I heard the rattle.
What's that rattling? Do you hear that? It doesn't sound happy. I don't know if that's the construction equipment in the background or him. Did we run out of batteries? He's going slower. Oh my God. It went 3 seconds slower. I think you broke it.
It won't rev.
Yeah, see, the barbecue's fine.
That sounds like top end to me. Well, I don't know. Could be piston slap too. It'll be fine.
Toyotas usually don't break.
That's true. So we better go challenge that theory.
I've blown up a lot of stuff in my day. I've never blown up a Prius before though.
But this is Roadkill. We can break anything. To really give me the experience of being in a cab, why don't you take one of the long loops and tell me it's the regular track?
You ready for the cab experience?
Yeah.
Hey, move over, you moron! Oh wow, this sounds horrible.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. It's not smoking.
Uh-oh.
Is it running?
I don't believe so.
Something says it's off. Check engine lights on. Okay, now why isn't the electric motor saving our life right now?
Ooh, yeah. Dude, we're driving on electrical power. You want to see how far we can go?
Wow. Oh, it fired back up. We're going 30.
That's wide open. Oh, now we're smoking.
Yeah, let's make sure we're not putting oil all over.
Oh, dead.
Fire?
It's dead. It's completely dead. It's not even battering.
Well, I gotta give the Prius credit for surviving 289,010 miles until we got it.
We just put a window in the engine block of the Prius after 2 laps at Willow Springs Raceway. Gremlin wins.
By the next day, we had a new plan. We dragged the Prius all the way home and stuffed it in the driveway to get some work done, and we brought along our vicious guard dog.
Today, come on. There we go.
What started off as an innocent test went roadkill on us when a rod came flying out of the Prius. But now that this thing has 290,000 miles on it, it's clearly repaid its debt to the environment. So we're gonna do the right thing. We're gonna take it to a buddy in Phoenix who's gonna help us recycle it. To further humiliate the Prius, we're going to use the Gremlin to haul it all the way to Phoenix. So we have to figure out how to get a tow hitch here on the Gremlin with the receiver. This slides into the receiver. This is gonna attach to the nose of the Prius. So we also have to get the bumper cover off and make some tabs for this. Ready? Looks better already. Did the back end come up?
It is kind of heavy.
It's got the railroad girder in it.
We'll just weld right to that. I wouldn't say the dog is good to bring on road trips unless your definition of good includes watching Freiburger get puked on. This is gonna go perfect.
I've always wanted to wrench on a Prius. It's my Prius wrench. Okay, we take foam.
It's a cooler.
Take that off. Wow, aluminum, not good. Why would that not be steel? There's no amount of duct tape that'll solve this, right?
No, we're gonna have to go bigger than that.
MIG welding the trailer hitch to the Gremlin, that was easy. But it took some engineering to figure out a way to safely bolt the tow bar to the Prius.
With aluminum bumper structure, double wall. If we try to clamp onto this or put a bolt through it like that, it's just gonna crush it. So Freiburger cut up these sleeves to go in there so that when we bolt our drawbar adapter on there, good to go. Solid and safe.
We got the tow bar all hooked up and it's super pro. Finnegan is figuring out the lights here so that we're semi-legal. And we've got our iHug sticker on the front so everybody knows we're taking this very seriously. And we're about to make our first test drive to find out if this whole contraption is gonna fall apart or not.
Safety chains, trailer light wiring. This is as good as it will ever get the next time someone tries to tow a Prius with a Gremlin.
Mine, it's not in neutral.
Oh,
that's not gonna last long. You wanna try and put it in neutral?
We can. In the following cases, as the front wheels might be locked by means of the parking lock mechanism, your vehicle cannot be towed by another vehicle using a rope. We sort of have a rope.
One of the problems that we've had with the Prius ever since the engine broke down is for some reason the parking brake is locked up. The best possible solution always involves fire. I crawled under the front of the car with a cutting torch and hacked right through the axles right by the CV joints.
There we go.
All right.
Okay.
Don't kill us.
Wow, it's rolling freely.
Rolling.
Stop.
It's working.
Yeah. Hey.
It's working.
Here, let's just go ahead and
let's just go right over the speed bump.
This guy in the Prius is tailgating me bad.
What a jerk. This feels fine at 20.
To you. Okay.
I'm saying this works, dude.
Yeah, stop.
Okay, so the brakes are good for 7 miles an hour. Any more than that, we're sliding into the next town.
Wow.
You know, every time we do roadkill, I have a moment where I say to myself, have we done anything as stupid as this before?
So we rolled around the block one time, which seemed like a perfectly good road test. 400 miles to Phoenix.
Last night we made it 136 miles, and as it turns out, the Gremmy is quite the tow vehicle. But now we have to climb the Indio grade. I don't know how long it is or how steep it is, but I know it's brutal. I know this thing could overheat, and we might be going 15 miles an hour in first gear.
Over here. This is where you pee. Come on. This way. There we go. There we go.
So I looked it up last night. The Prius weighs like 2,900 pounds, which is way lighter than I thought.
That's how it gets decent mileage.
And the Gremmy advertised at 2,600 pounds. But I figure we're in the Gremmy, right? So the two cars weigh roughly the same. The Prius has a 10-inch longer wheelbase than this.
Can I get a high five? No? Are you gonna barf on Freiburger? Yes.
Is that why you were feeding her that croissant this morning?
There we go. Puke on Freiburger.
Yeah, no.
I had a croissant and a banana and some cashews for breakfast. Don't lick me.
Here comes the grade. "26 miles of grade. We're doing 65.
Passing our first semi. Let's see how long this lasts.
On the wood. We're already slowing down.
It just occurred to me, we don't have a temp gauge, so even if this goes wrong, we're not going to know it.
If ignorance is bliss, roadkill is just amazing bliss.
We've done a lot of irresponsible things on the road before, and this is probably one of them. The flat towing plan was going perfect. We were actually hauling 75 miles an hour most of the way when we weren't going up a grade. And that's when the tire exploded.
When you turn the cameras off, something happens, and this is what happened. We blew that tire, and this thing is so sketched to begin with that as soon as he went, he tried to correct it and spun the thing complete 180 right here.
Here's how it went down. Right here, the tire blew. Almost immediately, Finnegan hung a hard left off the road. This is an embankment that drops about one full car height. And then we went sailing through this 20 yards of creosote bush. Right here is about the point where the Prius started coming around sideways. We pulled a full-on 180 and ended up right here.
Looks to me like we got some sticks through the radiator. Oh, it's even worse than that. Radiator into the fan, destroyed the radiator. But we lived, and that's all that's really important right now.
We need to go buy a lot of lottery tickets right now, man.
We sat around for 10 hours in 110-degree heat waiting for the tow truck driver because they didn't want to come. They thought this was an off-road rescue. But finally, we loaded up both of the cars and headed to Phoenix because tomorrow is going to be a much better day.
We knew Gene and Ken Neal from bulletproofdiesel.com, and they own this 1965-ish British Chieftain tank. It's 56 tons, and the Prius is going to be no match for that tread right there. The first thing they have to do here is warm up the 6-cylinder, 12-piston, 2-stroke diesel, and once that's going, Finnegan and I are going to learn how to actually drive the tank.
It doesn't get any more destructive than a freaking tank.
Those are called bazooka plates.
I've never driven anything that had a component known as a bazooka anything. What are these?
Those are smoke grenade dischargers.
For, like, stunning the enemy?
They're designed to create a smoke screen, so they'll actually fire out, like a shotgun kind of, so to speak, several smoke grenades at once.
Let's try this thing.
I assume this is designed for sandals, right?
Gene and Ken are actually going to let us drive their tank.
Oh.
This might as well be the last episode of Roadkill ever, because how do you top this? Oh my god. Driving a tank.
Oh, smoke screen.
Driving it is pretty easy. You have an accelerator pedal, a brake pedal, and you steer by pulling on a pair of levers. You can either lie down and look through the periscope or open the hatch and look through the hole the way we did. Either way, you're protected by an 8-inch thick steel bulkhead that no Prius is getting through. The shifter is just like a motorcycle. It's got a 6-speed gearbox, and you shift it by clicking up or down with your left foot.
Second gear! And he bank shifts third. Wow, we're hauling.
So naturally, Finnegan gets in the tank, and the first thing he needs to find out is how fast it's gonna go. The guy said that they had never driven it as fast as he did.
The best part about that is, I think I went into a place I wasn't supposed to go, but who the hell was gonna stop me? I'm in a tank.
The bad news is that one of the rubber road wheels that holds the track in place actually came apart a little bit. But because of that, I'm gonna get to smash the Prius.
It's the craziest feeling on earth because it's not fast, but you're driving it going, nothing is stopping this tank. You feel godlike, dude. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Camera rolling. This guy's on. This is Prius Smash.
Camera set. Tank is go.
Hey, David.
Go for Freiburger.
Before we do this, I want you to know 2 things. First, I'm insanely jealous of where you're sitting right now. And second, I don't like the way that Prius is smiling at me. Run that bitch over.
Go for kill.
Holy shit, here we go. Second gear. I feel like I should be ready to duck. Holy crap.
Here we go. Oh,
oh my god.
Glass flew everywhere.
Whoa,
that was awesome.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes down to it, we're actually glad that other people drive Priuses. It just saves more gasoline for us. But that doesn't mean that we didn't want to do our part for the environment and smash that sucker.
I dominated that Prius with the Chieftain, but I know what the keyboard commandos are gonna say, that we faked it because this appears like a complete Prius. And I have to admit, it is still semi-functional. And we can't have that, so now we're gonna have Finnegan polish it off.
Oh, and the Gremlin? We're still driving it every day.
This time on Roadkill, it is mini bikes and the muscle truck, and we race them all.
And there aren't any Priuses in this episode.
A few episodes ago, Finnegan completely surprised me with that little Jeep hot rod. And this time it's him who has no idea that I've got these little Honda Trail 70s in the garage waiting for him. Are you ready?
Dude, I'm excited. And scared.
The big secret is in the garage.
That's not a very big garage.
No, it's not. But, you know, big enough.
I'm utterly clueless. No way. Those are awesome.
Yep.
We're gonna die.
What do you think?
These are cool.
That's yours. That one I borrowed from Joe, who runs the mini bike reunion show. This is a 70, I think.
And this is street legal?
And that one's a 78. Yeah, they're the smallest bikes I could find that had plates on them.
I'm glad we're not riding doubles.
Well, you never know what could happen. Here's the plan. We are going to ride these back to the shop, fix the muscle truck, drive it down to San Diego to Verona to race. It's gonna be too fast for the drag strip on its very first pass, so when we get thrown out, we can go head to head.
All right. I mean, I like it. I like that a lot.
Let's see if they run. Oh, yours fires right up. Now it smells flooded.
Come on, man, get out of the way.
It's in gear.
Maybe it's the flip-flops. Maybe the flux capacitor needs recharging.
Like down the hill here.
This is where Freiburger gets killed in the street. Hey, look at that, he got it running. That's a start. Now we can have an episode.
Oh, speed wobbles. Got a little speed wobble. Oh, here comes an actual motorcycle. My back brake is killer. Watch this. Uh-oh, furniture truck. Oh! Look out, dude. Oh, we're so dead. Stop. Oh, shit. Hold on. This is going to be a race, right? Ooh, I hope I'm in first instead of second. Ready? Come on, baby, go! Oh, man. Am I pulling you bad?
I feel like I could catch you, but I don't want to die.
Victory!
Making the best. Yeah, come on, girl. Go, go, go.
I hate to break it to you, but I'm actually closing distance. I am catching you.
Oh, man.
The arrow was all I needed. Whoa! Death!
Hey, are we going to get gas at any time?
Oh yeah, we should probably do that. I'm guessing it's bad to all of a sudden lose power in traffic on one of these. This one look good? Oh! I pulled in trying to do a brake stand in the gas right here, but I'm doing the brake stand, I burn through the gas and it hooks up and does the full wheelie. It was really hard while I'm in the wheelie to concentrate on turning the gas the wrong way. It was fun.
I rely on you, to constantly show me what not to do. Get a mini bike, don't do that.
We mobbed 15 miles north to the Hot Rod Garage in El Segundo, California to revive the muscle truck, which had been sitting for over 2 years.
That was fun. And we lived. Remember the last time we drove this thing?
Yeah, we spent more time on the side of the road than we did in the truck.
It was sagged out so bad that the tires started to rub, the pinion angle got bad, the drive shaft crammed itself into the gear vendors.
I know the answer to this, but we could at least try to crank it before we put the charger on it.
Oh, you're delusional. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of dead.
The muscle truck is a 73 Chevy short bed. In around 2006, my buddy Chad and I dropped in that LS6 engine, and it has a turbo 400 and a gear vendor's overdrive, Ford 9-inch rear end, 513 gears, it's got a spool in it. Should be pretty quick, but we've never really gotten it down the track despite trying a bunch of times. The last time was 2 years ago, and it's sat for that long. So everything that we're dealing with here is essentially undoing the neglect. All right, making the list. Bad gas. Fuel pump and filter, air shocks, funky wiring, dead battery, nitrous.
I'm draining the really old gas out of this, and it smells horrible. It's sat so long that the red anodizing, that's what it should look like, That's what this one looks like now. It's turned pink.
That's not even pink, that's bare.
And that is sitting in the shade under the truck. It's not like it's exposed to the sun or anything.
I am slowed down on the air shocks because the shock pin here is too big of a diameter for the steel sleeve that's in the shock. And that sleeve is vulcanized to the rubber.
I say we just cut the mounts off and weld new mounts on. It'll be quicker than going to the parts store and trying to find the right bushings.
We have to go to the parts store to get new mounts or even bolts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, at that point we can try and make a solution to this.
Well, and you know what? We need a battery and we need a gas, so we might as well go to the parts store.
On the mini bikes.
We could. You can carry a battery home on your mini bike?
Sure.
Right in your lap?
Hello, LA rush hour traffic.
I know, seriously.
I love this bike.
Chicks are digging us. You can tell by the way she's averting her eyes. I think she just doesn't want to actually make eye contact.
I think that's a dude.
Really? With boobs?
He needs to work out.
Whoa! We both need to swerve. Okay.
You could probably sit on that, huh?
Probably. Oh yeah. Nothing could go wrong with that.
Maybe we should like crisscross another one.
Oh, you think?
Oh, this is comfortable. Cars! Is it strange that I feel safer now than I did before I had a battery strapped to my back?
Nope.
But like not even close?
Nope. Same exact problem.
Yeah, I would just try pressing the sleeve out.
Just help that one out.
See, the press is gonna force that sleeve out of the shock bushing and into that deep wall impact socket. Look at that. Almost as if we knew what we were doing. Yeah.
That only took far longer than it should have. I threw this truck together a few years ago with literally just stuff I had sitting around, but I haven't driven the truck a whole lot and it's been dead for a couple years, so I'm really looking forward to firing it up again. Okay, first we can check fuel leak. I don't know if it's picked it up yet. Okay, yeah, it's got pressure. Oh, stop. Rear float sunk. Lot of gas inside the motor. Like, don't crank it.
Can you beat it with a screwdriver?
The float's stuck all the way at the bottom and it's trying to fill up the float bowl that comes out there. This is the surefire fix for that.
Except when it doesn't work.
Give it a shot. Must be fixed. It's got way too much gas in it to crank it over.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to let it evaporate, go eat, and come back. There you go. It's alive! It's got 4-inch exhaust with bullet mufflers about that big. Pretty good for not running for like 2 years. You want to drive it in the morning?
Sure.
Well, we got the thing running. That's most of the way there. That's roadkill good enough, right? It's morning. We got the thing running pretty good last night. We have a few more little things to do, but first we're gonna go run and do a test drive. And then we're gonna run down to Barona Drag Strip in San Diego, which is a little 8th mile deal. Kind of podunk, but very cool. Test drive?
Yeah.
This thing has the best exhaust ever.
This is a full manual valve body, right?
Yeah. Dude!
Oh my god, that's great.
You can't do that in the parking lot.
Oh, I forgot. Dude, this thing's badass.
Oh yeah, we gotta fix that.
Yeah, it's not happy. It's got a pretty serious wicked bog at part throttle. And it could be the timing, could be the fuel.
Oh, dude, look how rich the mixture was. They were out 4 turns.
I have all of the stuff we need to tune this at my shop.
Which we also need to go to for the computer, right?
Yeah.
a minor tune-up at the stop sign, we packed up our bikes and racing stuff and hit the road to Finnegan's shop in Orange County, which is on the way down to Verona Drag Strip.
Allow me to play for you the music of my people. That never gets old. All right, getting on the freeway. Moment of truth.
Drive shaft vibration, here we come.
No side mirror.
No real brakes, but it sounds bitched.
Yes. I think we're okay, dude.
Feels pretty good.
Even with the gear benders. This is 2700.
It's got 513s in it.
What are we doing? This is probably 60 miles an hour.
Yeah. 513s are good. You always have that passing power.
Yeah. That's loud.
It's the greatest.
You ever think, like, you're driving past normal people right now that are just driving around in cars that are completely stock?
Yep.
They just get in their car and turn the key and drive, and all they're thinking about is where they're getting to.
They're appliances.
They are appliances.
What else explains the fact that they're all just shapeless blobs painted silver?
If you can't pull up to a gas station and strike up a conversation with your fellow man over your car, what are you doing? We are at my shop right now, my happy place. It's full of engine parts and drag boats, and we're gonna move this one out of the way just to make it a little easier to work in here.
On the way over here, it was kind of burbling on the freeway. It has 513 gears in it, and even with the overdrive, it's running at 2600 RPM. Even at that RPM, you can hear it sort of missing. We're just gonna pull it off and have a look. From sitting for so long with that bad new ethanol gasoline, it literally filled the carburetor with like this green mold. This is the carburetor that was on the Titanic.
It's as if you parked this thing at the bottom of a lake.
Yeah.
Look at that. That boat goes in the water. It's never had this much oxidation inside of the carburetors.
I'm just blaming modern gas. Gas that you buy today will be dead in 6 months. Gas that you pull out of a tank of a car that's been sitting there 20 years will usually run. Who's to blame? Obama! Stop, shut it off. The corrosion on the little plastic float bowl sight screw completely wiped out the thread, so that just popped out and is leaking everywhere. It's like, this is wonderful. Trying to find a carburetor that has the sight screw that we need. But see, all the modern carburetors tend to have a glass sight in them instead, so. No!
Well, our sight plug was stripped out. So we're making a new one out of a bolt that's too long, an O-ring, 2 nuts to use as spacers, some silicone to seal the whole deal, and then Freiburger's gonna thread that into the bowl of the carburetor. So that is roadkill engineering right there.
Okay, fire up that garbage.
Sounds good. It's as if he's bipolar. Nothing he owns has a nice paint job on it, but suddenly he's cleaning the engine compartment of this crappy old truck.
You know, the thing is, this truck, even though it looks bad in all these different colors, it's really pretty clean. Totally rust-free. The frame was all fresh and powder coated when I put it together. So it has potential, it just looks kind of rough.
We were really hoping to go drag racing today, but this debacle with the carburetor slowed us down a bunch. The good news is that the drag strip is holding their test and tune both Saturday and Sunday, so we might get down there today, but even if we don't, we're going to get to run tomorrow.
last night we made it into town, but it's about half an hour from town to this drag strip. This is Verona Drag Strip, which is a little 8th mile on an Indian reservation here inland of San Diego, California. It's a really rustic track, but the people are cool. There's a huge variety of cars. Today is pretty much just a grudge match, test and tune type day, so we won't be going heads up with anybody. I'm just looking for that 735 ET so that we can get thrown out for having no roll bar, which will then give us an excuse to race the mini bikes. Well, after finishing up some burnouts in the morning, naturally we were like 2 hours late to the drag strip, and we went straight to the tech inspection line.
The ground strap from here somewhere.
Oh, good call, yeah. I don't know if I would let it run if I owned the drag strip, but still plenty happy to drive it. Good to go.
I can't believe we made him through tech. David's getting rushed to the starting line right now. They just snuck him in ahead of a bunch of other cars. We're running NA right now and on street tires, so no idea how quick this thing will go, but there's no way it's going to run a 735 and get him kicked out. 857 and 82. We're a long ways away from getting kicked out. We got a long way to go.
I hit the rev limiter.
Yeah, we heard it.
Either the tack is way wrong or something.
I can move it up. You want to stay on these tires or put the slicks on?
Slicks.
Okay, so put the slicks on, raise the rev limiter, and go again.
Right.
All right, cool.
These are Mickey Thompson ET streets. They're actually DOT legal to drive on the street, but decided not to because they're really thin. They puncture pretty easy. And with the spool in the truck, they just make it handle even weirder.
The rev limiter for this motor is set at 6,500 because it's got a hydraulic roller cam. You can't wing it too high. But he was saying that the tack only read 6 grand when it happened. So if the tack's reading low, that's a problem. I'm gonna move the rev limiter up just in case, a few hundred RPM, give him a little more room.
What I'm working with here is the Caltrax bars, which are the ultimate traction device for leaf springs. I am tightening them up so they will actually be functional. This is going to be our second pass. If this goes well enough, then I'm saying next pass is going to be on the bottle.
It's a pretty good burnout. All right, come on, truck. It ran an 840. It's going to need nitrous if he has any chance of reaching his goal today. There you go. She's clean.
It was time to break out the nitrous, but in standard Roadkill style, I didn't bring everything that was needed. I'm on the hunt for either a -4 bottle nut, which is smaller than this, or a solenoid inlet fitting, which is larger than this. You have a spare -4 bottle nut? Because I have a -6 with a -4 line. How about a fitting like that that has a -6 on it? Nope. Thanks. I knew before I asked. Or a dab of Teflon sealer? I don't know, you tell me.
Hope that works.
Awesome. Thank you very much. After 3 days of prepping for this, finally our very first nitrous pass. Hopefully I can put this together because the day's getting short. We might only get 1 or 2 runs.
There we go. I think the tires are clean now. Yeah! All right, well that was worth 0.2 of a second.
That was a lot of tire spin.
How far?
All the way down the track.
You got out of the groove a little.
Yeah, oh, it was a mess.
Last hit, he basically had 100% of the nitrous within 1.5 seconds of going full throttle, and the truck was skating all the way down the track because it was just spinning the tires. So we just used the progressive timer to delay it. He's going to have 100% of the nitrous 3 seconds after he hits full throttle. Should give him more traction, should go quicker. Moment of truth. This might be the last pass we get.
Okay, nitrous is on.
god, we just picked up almost a full second. He's gonna be stoked.
752 at 93 miles an hour. Yeah! Perfect! Bitchin'! You know, people ask how many episodes can you make with leftover vehicles that Freiburger has sitting around. So what can we possibly do to top it? Drag out more junk from the Freiburger fleet. Yep, it never ends. I needed to run a 750 or a 735 to get thrown out of this place, but it was getting hot, and lap after lap, we just could not improve that 753. And we ran out of time to race the mini bikes, at least on that day. We are going to run these things from here to the top of the parking lot and back.
Oh, sneaky.
Oh! Yes! Oh! Dusty up here!
I almost ate the front end of a Buick or a Monte Carlo or whatever the hell that was.
That was fun.
That's the best day of work ever. The best part about going to the auto parts store is all the crazy stuff you're going to see in the parking lot. This is a mid-80s IROC Camaro done up in a Twix motif, but that's not the cool part. There's an alligator on the dash. Look at it. The cup holder is nice. I made one of the greatest things you've ever done.
Yeah, they hold big gulp too.
Like, I know you made a baby and everything, but that cup holder is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's right at the perfect spot for the reach.
If you're ever gonna lay claim to creating something in your lifetime, I don't know. I don't know if you go, my son or this cup holder that's hand fabbed. I mean, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, edited Hot Rod Magazine for 15 years, but cup holder,
right?
This time on Roadkill, it's Freiburger versus Finnegan in a muscle car shootout. Now, normally you'd expect us to be driving junk, but I hope you don't feel that way this time, because they're both my cars. I'll be in my Super Bee, he'll be in the Crusher Camaro. We're gonna roll him from LA to Salt Lake City to see which one survives, and then drag race him in a quarter mile. And the good news is, I can't lose, because they're both my cars. Hey.
Are you ready for your ass whooping?
What am I ready for?
Your ass whooping. You're going down. 3,488 pounds. What does yours weigh?
3850. What is that? 362 pounds.
It's Thursday morning. Just got done scaling the Crusher Camaro to find out how heavy it is. Gonna make some last minute adjustments because this car hasn't run in a while. And in fact, the Super Bee and the Crusher have never really run at the same time, nor have they run against each other. So this is kind of an epic trip for us.
There's a lot of history in both of these cars, not only for Hot Rod Magazine, but with me personally. The Super Bee is a 70 model, and it's actually my very first car. I've had it for 30 years. When I was 15 years old, I paid $1,800 for it. The engine in the Super Bee is a 484 cubic inch Hemi, which is based on the 426. On the dyno, this thing made 675 horsepower, but by the time I got it in the car with smaller headers and a full exhaust system and a mechanical fan and all this other kind of stuff, I'm thinking it's delivering like 600. The Crusher Camaro is a 67 model that has been with the magazine since about 1994. At the time, the gas companies in California had scammed the government into this program where they were collecting old cars and they were crushing them for smog credits that allowed them to put out more pollution from their offshore refineries. So I remember going down to a junkyard and I spotted this 67 Camaro and I thought, No way is this guy handing that car in to get squeezed. I ended up paying $700. The engine in the Crusher right now is a 489 cubic inch big block Chevy. But the big deal is the belt-driven intake manifold, the Wyand 871 supercharger topped by two 850 Holley carbs. Pushing like 5 pounds of boost through this thing, it makes a brutal torque curve and 700 horsepower.
Both of these cars have electric fuel pumps, and when you wire them normally, they run all the time, wide open. That heats the fuel up in a fuel cell, and when you've got a fuel cell this small and it's a 100-degree day out, you don't want hot fuel in here. So we're putting fuel pump controllers in both cars that'll slow the pumps down at idle, keep from heating the fuel up, it'll make the pump live longer, keep the thing from vapor locking, all good.
In theory.
Theory? So we break down on the side of the road today.
So, you'll notice I'm already ahead of you.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Besides, all the chicks care about is who's got the bigger engine. That would be me.
Get out of the way, Escalade. There's a whole lot of awesome coming through right now.
Oh, the meter's on.
It's like a Christmas tree.
There's no question Finnegan's gonna boil the hides away from the meter.
Whole shot. So we're about to embark on a journey in cars that are about 50 years old with no air conditioning, no electronic fuel injection. But driving an old hot rod, that's like pizza and sex. Even when it's bad, it's still good. And let's see, we've gone less than a mile and we're about to test the cooling system out in the car.
LA traffic in a big way. I'm guessing the Crusher's still at 160 degrees.
171.
I just crested 180.
Yeah, we maybe have to take the hood off your car at some point.
This is where those fuel controllers are a really big deal.
This is really weird because I've got a seat belt, a side mirror, and 4.5 gauges that work.
Now, if you're really sitting down, wait for it, registration and insurance.
On both cars?
Why, yes.
Wow, you've gone pro. We're fully legal.
So when you rear end the Super Bee with the Crusher, I'll just have my insurance company pay itself to fix it. Okay, I hit 200.
At about 188 degrees here.
No hood works.
No hood for the win.
Okay, 220. We should probably get off.
I will follow you.
Hemi, not known for running cool or getting good mileage. I got up to 220 at one point in that traffic, but that was after 45 minutes of sitting. So I'm gonna say it wasn't that bad. You get rolling and it comes right down to 180, but what's really funny is that I got 7 miles to the gallon. Proud of that number.
Probably getting worse than that today because I'm taking every available inch of the highway and doing burnouts. I think that means it's done. Nobody light a match.
Well, Finnegan got 6, so once again he did win. But he continues to gloat about my car being superior to my car. And I don't think he gets that. Well, it's 11 o'clock. We've made it to Barstow, which is roughly a 2-hour drive that we've accomplished in, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Have we really been on the road 7 hours?
Yeah, we're right on time.
Yeah. The socket is worn out on the tail light and isn't grounding. And so he sometimes has running lights, sometimes not, sometimes brake lights, sometimes not. It's kind of like a disco. What he's trying to do is make a wedge so that when the socket goes into its hole, that these tabs will keep in ground with this thing. Problem is the socket goes in and then dangles around freely and doesn't ground.
What if we install it halfway and just tape it together?
I'm good with that. This here is why we can't have nice things. Only I have the skills to make the bulb light with no ground. Until, ready? Ta-da!
All right, still on?
If we were here any longer, we would have to pay rent.
I survived the slam test.
Ready?
Yeah.
I would have paid $10 to see one of those lights go out when you did that. Yeah, 12 hours to get to Las Vegas. Should be a 5-hour drive. We're gonna go cruise the strip a little bit, listen to some bums scream at each other, maybe score some meth.
I got you something because you're in Vegas.
Oh, okay. Perfection. Maybe get ourselves a friend for the night and see if we can find a hotel that will park the cars right out front so they don't get jacked with overnight. And then we're gonna sleep for 45 minutes and hit the road again in the morning because it's supposed to be 6 hours to Salt Lake City, which for us means 12. Vegas, baby. The Super Bee will never ever top the Crusher for the ability to just blaze tires at will.
I think you just need to try harder is all.
It's so realistic, I feel like I'm actually in New York right now.
The cab drivers in Vegas are every bit as salty and crazy as the ones in New York.
Now it is Friday at 1:30. We got into Vegas at 5:30 in the morning last night and we had to sleep this morning because now we have 9.5 hours to drive to Salt Lake City where we're gonna attend the midnight drags at Rocky Mountain Raceway and they open at 11 p.m.
It's 104 freaking degrees in the desert right now. F***ing roadkill.
Good luck.
I'm gonna need it, thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
You know it's bad when the homeless guy wishes you good luck after he takes one look at your automobile.
I'm glad that I have the vinyl seats here so that the sweat just sort of pools around my butt.
Yeah, I got Yeti sweat now. Soon it'll be swamp ass.
This is really like when Fat Elvis had his comeback at the Las Vegas Hilton and he was on stage doing the karate chop moves. I'm thinking the level of sweat down his back was about similar to what I have right now.
Not to just kick you in the nuts with the whole age thing again, but I don't believe I was alive when Fat Elvis was doing the karate chop you speak of. That's a little better. Oh, that's still hot. I now understand why pimps in the desert favor white upholstery. They just gotta stay cool.
Oh, this isn't good. Remember, we put those fuel pump controllers on these cars because we knew it was going to be hot like this. It's 107 here right now. I'm actually having a fuel boiling problem. It's like percolating. You can feel it when you're driving down the road. It sort of surges sometimes, and the carburetor is so hot you can't even begin to touch it. On day 2, the heat was even worse, but we kept moving pretty fast on the highway, which solved the overheating problems for the radiator. The poor fuel pump was suffering so bad in the heat that it started to groan and the car was actually surging from fuel starvation on the highway. If I lift and let it fill the fuel bowls, I can drive it normally for quite a while, and then it starts to stumble, and then I lift, and then I'll drive normal again.
Yeah.
And it sounds bad. You hear how loud it is?
Yeah, it's overheating. I'd say let's buy like 10 bags of ice for the trunk to get around the fuel cell and then prop it up with towels and bungee cord the trunk shut, let it cool off and hit the road again.
Right. Hopefully there's drain holes in here somewhere.
Here where we can make a kegerator out of the Super Bee. All right, 5 more ought to do it. That's what you get for building a drag car and pretending it's a street car.
Well, but this is actually not really a drag car. It's neither fast nor streetable.
You put the gas tank and the fuel pump inside the vehicle. Not a street car anymore.
Is that what it says? I think this is going to fix it. Finnegan's argument is that it's a tuning problem. I think that this alone is going to solve it, so we'll find out what happens.
$100 for ice. What the hell? That's going to be fun to expense.
I realize that an added benefit to the ice in the trunk is that it's helping eliminate that stink bug stance.
It's a twofer. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Actually, that's a three-way, because it's also keeping the beer cold.
It's 9:09. We want to be there in 51 minutes. And I think we're about 2 hours away, but we've been booking 80 miles an hour right up to the point where we ran out of gas in the Crusher within sight of the gas station. And also, you know, did you realize we lost an hour? We didn't take that into consideration. This is Utah. It's mountain time.
Oh, man.
Drive faster.
Beer in a bag, polygamy, lost an hour? I don't want to be here.
After more than 20 hours of driving, we finally made it to Rocky Mountain Raceway at midnight. We were blown away when we got there about how many cars were there. They usually have to cut them off at 200 cars, and there was a ton of people in the grandstands. Stuff like this just does not happen in California anymore. It's like 1 o'clock right now. They close at 2, and the people here are super cool, but there's a limit to what they're gonna let us do.
We're trying to do some road trip maintenance, new spark plugs. Sooty. She's not exactly tuned for highway driving.
We wish we'd arrived at like 9 o'clock so that we could truly be ready for this. But as usual, we're jamming at the last second to get in as many runs as we can.
We got 30 minutes left to get this done. I gotta rejet Dave's carburetor. I have a bad feeling he's not gonna get to make a nitrous pass.
Are you standing here waiting for us? Oh, I know. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
The people at Rocky Mountain Raceway were super cool, and they held the lanes open longer than they really should have as we were thrashing on these cars to get passes in. But finally they were both ready, and Finnegan hopped in the Crusher and took off out to the starting line. And that's when the Super Bee wouldn't fire up. I opened the hood and found out that the secondary float ball on the carburetor was just a geyser of gasoline.
He was right behind me. I don't know what he's doing.
Something must be wrong with the car.
These are jet extensions right here for when the fuel's sloshing towards the back of the bowl. You can see the witness mark where they were crushed and holding the float down. That wasn't good.
All right, well, Dave has pretty much burned up all of our time. So now I think we're down to one pass.
Just run him. I'm 50-50. This is probably not going to happen at all.
Drag that Freiburger and I didn't get to race. And honestly, totally my fault. As I was slamming the carburetor back together, the float in the float bowl actually got stuck on the jet extensions and sunk it. You gotta have a love-hate relationship with automobiles, especially old ones. As much fun as we had driving all the way here, you get right to that last minute, right to the mountaintop, and get gut punched. That's what Dave got.
It was a big letdown to just be sitting there in the pits. The Crusher went out there and ran an 11:19 at like 120 something miles an hour. Also kind of a disappointment. That car has proven to run 1060s at Fontana,
But the problem is there was 6,000 feet of density altitude at the drag strip that night, reducing the boost from the blower, which just kills horsepower.
Repair and maintenance prohibited in the parking lot, but it doesn't say roadkill on it, so my thought is it doesn't apply to us.
More of a guideline than a rule, right?
I can't deny I was really depressed at not being able to get the Super Bee down the track. We needed to turn it around, make it another 700 miles home, and find some way to put a capper on this trip. After a little bit of burnout mayhem to sort of relieve the pressure, we came up with a scheme. When we're done with this show, 2 days later, we've got to leave for the Bonneville Salt Flats to go race our Camaro. And the problem is, we didn't have a truck to haul the thing up there. As a matter of fact, the car isn't even together. We'd found this really cool ramp truck before we left, but didn't have time to go buy it. And so we decided on the tail end of this trip, we were going to haul down to San Diego, California and pick it up.
Everything's going great. Get into Nevada, cruising down a big mountain. All of a sudden I hear, psst, boom, blow a tire. I immediately have flashbacks of the Gremlin all over again, except this time I don't crash. Pull over, tire actually came off the rim. So this time we're smart. We brought spare wheels with us, but we weren't smart enough to bring lug nuts that actually fit these spare wheels. So I've robbed washers off of all the other wheels on this car, and I'm now spacing the lug nuts because they're too long with Craftsman wrenches. That's right, folks. 11/16 and 3/4 inch shorty Craftsman wrenches. And we only have 3. This is what's going to be holding this wheel on as I limp down the road 10 miles to a hotel because I'm going to go to bed. I'm done. Roadkill. It's beer time.
This thing is mint.
Well, I can tell already this is one of our better purchases.
Oh, this is way too good for us. I think it's got 56,000 original miles on it.
It's got the good front end on it.
It's a 73.
Yeah, see, it doesn't have the flat front of the later models. This is cool.
And it doesn't have drip rails. It doesn't have shoulder belts. I seriously think 56,000 could be legit.
No more trailers.
You know what else that means? No more 55 miles an hour in California.
Will it go over 55?
Oh, that I don't know. Probably not.
It's got a winch?
Oh, it has a winch. The air conditioning
two gas
works.
Tanks.
The stereo works. It has a FM radio communication for Baja.
Wait, a stereo? Wow. How much was this?
$3,500.
We've spent more than that on a lot worse.
Oh no, this is a huge score. Let's see if it'll run though. I have to admit it did have a dead battery. Something had to be wrong with it.
You want to... That's a big block, 454.
Factory 454, yep.
Air conditioning and 2 batteries.
Do you want to put the Crusher on the truck?
We could. We can just test it out now.
As a roadkill trip goes, this really wasn't that much of a fiasco. Yeah, we kind of failed at the drag strip, but we did drive 2 of my cars 1,500 miles by the time we were done, and that's a pretty big deal, especially when you're looking at stuff that has this kind of horsepower and that hasn't been on the road that much for a long time. As it turns out, this ramp truck is way too good for us. Having said that, the junk's probably going to blow up halfway to the Salt Flats, and you'll see more of that on the next episode of Roadkill.
On this episode of Roadkill, we drive all the way to the Bonneville Salt Flats so David could kill our Camaro.
There's 3 pistons left. On the last episode, we bought this 73 Chevy ramp truck for $3,500 to haul our race car to Bonneville. It's also completely untested and unproven, and we've got to use it to drive 650 miles with a race car on the back. Top speed racing is kind of the thing these days. It's popped up all over. You see stuff going on in standing mile events in several states. But the granddaddy, the biggie, is Speed Week at the Bonneville Salt Flats. And as a matter of fact, in 1949, Hot Rod Magazine helped this event start at the Bonneville Salt Flats. It was the first time hot rodders had run there. To me, it's really got a lot of history, and it's my passion. It's the racing that I like to do. We've run this 81 Camaro there since 2004. I've got a partnership deal with Keith and Tanya Turk where they own the car and Keith sort of manages that mechanical part of it, and I'm in charge of the engines. I failed on that a couple of years ago when a carburetor vent fell through this big block and completely destroyed the engine. We went back and got a record on 2 cylinders, and that destroyed the thing even more. But that was 2011, 2012, we didn't race. This year we had to do it, and so we rebuilt that engine. Finnegan threw it together, we took it out to the dyno at West Tech. It made 1,100 horsepower.
By the time we got to the dyno, I had spent nearly 72 hours straight building the engine over at my shop. I can build an engine in 3 days, but usually I've spent 2 weeks mocking the parts up to make sure they fit before I do that. So this deal, total roadkill, total mess. Nothing bolted onto this engine without some massaging and some cursing.
What we've got here is a big block Chevy. It's 489 cubic inches, which is a 454 with a 1/4 inch stroke in it. The big deal is the Vortex supercharger, which is making 10 pounds of boost, and I'm blowing through a carburetor, which is a little bit unconventional, but the thing is, in the classic category that I'm racing in, you have to have a carburetor, and so this is what I've chosen to do. People also ask, where's your intercooler? The atomization of the gas coming out of the boosters actually pulls heat out of the air, and so you drop 100 degrees across the carburetor. 200 degrees in is 100 degrees out.
All this room to carry everything you need to go racing. Doesn't get any better than this. Sure, it's old and scraped up and whatever, but it's got character. Even if it doesn't get us there, it's got character.
This is our first attempt at putting this car on the ramp truck, and it's not looking like it's going to go very well.
Go this way?
Is it already hitting something? See, now stop.
Turn it this way.
Okay. Okay, hang on. The easy thing to do would have been to throw the Bonneville car into an enclosed trailer, but man, I've always wanted the ramp truck. What I don't know is how it's going to handle with 5,000 pounds of irreplaceable race car on the back. We're hitting the road in the morning. Good over here.
Let's go to Utah again.
It's only been 2 days. I kind of missed the place.
As compared to some of the other pieces of crap we've driven long distance, this is like being in a limousine.
I don't know why the air conditioning isn't on right now.
You want to indulge yourself in all the luxuries right away? Radio, air conditioning, windows that go all the way up.
We might need the air conditioning before it overheats. We might as well enjoy it now.
We'll just get it warmed up right away?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Just feel the pleasure coming out of the dash.
1973 GM Air.
I don't know if I should say this out loud, but I'm actually cold now.
I am too. It's completely not right.
I'm going to turn down the pleasurizer here.
I didn't want to admit it. I'm glad you went there.
That's some good air conditioning. Maybe it's really not that cold. We're just not used to having air conditioning. So it feels really cold. 60 feels like this is where this thing wants to go.
Yep.
Not quite the speed limit, but faster than you're able to legally go with a trailer behind you, and that's all I care about.
What I don't understand is the complete lack of drive shaft vibration.
Well, it's stock. Nobody's lowered the thing.
I know, I'm not used to that. Oh, look. Factory printout of when this thing was purchased. This came from Oregon.
Does it say who bought it? Let's try to find the guy.
Sold to Cheryl's Mazda. This was a Mazda dealership truck.
A Mazda dealership bought a Chevy to haul Mazdas.
In 1973.
Interesting.
When stopped on an upgrade, do not hold the truck with the engine. Use the service brake. Just sitting there stalling against the converter on a hill. Caution, do not accelerate the engine more than 10 seconds while holding the vehicle with the brakes. They thought we were going to go drag racing it, I guess.
I don't like these rules.
The first 120 miles were pretty good, but as we left flat ground and approached the mountains, things began to get interesting, by which I mean slow.
So right now we're going 50 because I'm at part throttle on flat ground. The moment we hit a hill, we're done. If I give it throttle, it surges and wants to shut off.
Yep.
As if there's very little fuel in the bowls, so...
When you throttle back, it cruises.
Yeah.
Breaking down at the extreme term. We're lounging in the lap of luxury while experiencing a minor difficulty with our fuel delivery.
Don't go disco inferno right now on the hill. I know we got a stereo, I know we got air conditioning, I know we're spoiled. Come on, baby, up the hill, up the hill. We're getting passed by a motorhome.
Thing is surging because it's starved for gas. It either needs a fuel pump or the fuel filter's clogged. It does have a mechanical fuel pump on it.
It's got 2 gas tanks, and it's got a switching valve here from one tank to the other, and this is an electric pump, but I don't think it's running. Okay, it's on.
Not working. Wait, stop. Shut it off. So the fuel's getting to here. There's a chance this filter's clogged. That looks clogged. That's the problem.
We need a piece of hose. Bypass it.
Yep.
That'll work.
That'll work.
We're stealing a piece of vacuum line from the engine. Now I need to find a bolt to punch into the vacuum line to keep from having a vacuum leak. Is there any random bolts laying in the cockpit of the Camaro? There we go.
Got it.
One man's misery is another man's fortune.
You can generally fix your car with junk lying on the ground.
Look, his car caught on fire, and his watch caught on fire. I got a watch and a bolt. This will buff out. You give to the highway, and the highway will give back to you every time.
So much wind. Should I leave this at the side of the road for the next guy?
He might need it.
Might not.
Maybe he needs 3 inches of fuel line, and that
He
doubles
might.
his
I'll leave the 3 inches of fuel line. Air conditioning. Go all out. We got the Ram truck up and running again and rolled down into Baker, California and wrenched on the thing a little bit more. And of course, made the stop at Alien Fresh Jerky because you have to, you're in Baker. But once we hit the road again, pretty obvious this junk was not actually fixed. It wasn't clogging up this fuel filter, and so now we're narrowing it down to the fuel pump. We had a spare, we're throwing it on. In theory, I'll be running like 200 plus miles an hour tomorrow, or in 2 days. Not if we don't get there. You get comfortable working at the side of the highway with semis whizzing past, because you know, none of those guys have been awake for 48 hours.
What semis?
After putting in the new fuel pump, I went under the truck to check for other leaks from both gas tanks. And that's when a piece of rust fell in my eye. It was far from the first time that's happened, so at first I just brushed it off, but as we hit the road, my eye continued to get worse, and that meant our next stop was to our local urgent care.
I found another fuel leak under the truck in the middle of nowhere, and I learned my lesson. Glasses. because for the past 3 hours, Finnegan has been down the street. He's got to stay here in Vegas and get his eye dealt with first thing in the morning while I cannonball all the way up to, I think, Ely, Nevada, get a room so that I can get to Bonneville in the morning. And none of that's going to happen until I fix this filter, which is going to gush at least a gallon of gas in my face. Okay, that's plugging that one, letting that one leak out and not splash in my eye. Ah, yes, cars. So much fun. Ah! Oh, wow, this is way bigger than 3/8. This is gonna be bad. All right, we've slowed that to only a minor environmental hazard. Wish Finnegan was here, then I could at least make him do this. Maybe I should just run over to the emergency room with Finnegan and check in. Have a nice night's sleep there. Oh yeah, it just died. Headlight's not working. Key not working. This is another new problem I'm not sure that we've mentioned yet. The ramp truck has a random electrical problem where it just has no power at all for no reason. And then it magically comes back for no reason. I'm done.
I eventually figured out that the electrical gremlins were caused by all of the main power wires on the starter being just flat out loose. Once that was fixed, the ramp truck was running stronger than ever, and I still had 4 hours ahead of me.
The Turks have shown up here today, who are my partners on the race car. They brought our actual race trailer with us so that we have all our equipment and everything. I just slept 3 hours. How about you? We got 4.
Ramp truck's good.
It's really, really cool. It's really, really good. Today is Friday. There have been people out on the salt flats for a couple weeks dragging all the courses, making them smooth. It's entirely run by volunteers. And the other thing that they do is set up the pits and the tech inspection lanes. We're pretty far behind schedule, but I hope we can get there in time to set up our pits and get the car safety inspected. You don't really know how fast you're going, because if you see here, you've got no perspective. There's no guardrails, there's no trees, no nothing like that. You know you're going fast because the car is screaming, and you look at the tach and you know mathematically what you're doing, but there isn't that sense of speed like there would be if there was a brick wall right here, or if you were at an Indy Speedway trying to turn a corner or something. It is like driving on the moon. These guys are doing what people did in the 40s and 50s, which is using the old mosquito netting or army camouflage leftovers to build their tent.
At this point, the car still had not fired up for the first time this year, and there was a ton of work left to be done. But the ramp truck had done good, and Finnegan was finally en route, and there was a week of racing ahead of us, in theory.
On behalf of Hot Rod Magazine, I would like to introduce David Freiburger to present the Hot Rod Trophy.
The other thing that has gone on here since 1949 is Hot Rod has given a top time trophy, which is for the fastest one-way pass during Speed Week. The Petite and Main car has won the top time trophy 4 years in a row. The trophy's down here, you'll see their name on it. Last year, they went 423 miles an hour and changed. I understand some people are gunning for you. We'll watch it all week. Thank you very much, everybody.
So after seeing 3 doctors in 2 days, my Terminator eyeball is fine. Of the 3 diagnoses, the one I'm most comfortable with is you had dirt in your eye, it's gone, you're gonna be okay.
We're just going through the car, doing a couple of last minute things, nut and bolt checking everything, because you don't like junk falling off when you're going 240 or 50 miles an hour.
So what are you doing under there?
A little bit of a leak.
I'm putting a fresh set of plugs in there. We're mere minutes away from firing it, which in Roadkill time is mere hours.
I'm calculating what kind of gear we want to put in. It's a quick change rear end, so we can pretty much pick whatever we want to pick. I think I'm going to put a 280 in it. There we go, that's what I was looking for. That's like a 218 right there. Look at the giant difference between the size. So a small one goes on the bottom. There we go. That's it. I'm looking here at what classes we're going to run. This is the soft one, obviously. A classic blown gas coupe, 207 miles an hour. When Finnegan leaves, so that he doesn't like freak out too much and wince because this is completely Mickey Mouse, we can unplug one cylinder and run this and unplug another cylinder and run that.
You son of a bitch. No, we're not. No, we're not. I worked really hard on this engine.
I know. Well, we're going to use most of it.
Can we just start this thing? Can we get this further off? Yeah, this is what happens when you don't get the car fully prepped before you leave to go to the races. You find things out like,
yeah, see,
there's no fuel coming out of one fuel line.
Is this fitting new? Like not used on the dyno?
I didn't plumb it, I don't know.
Plug in the flow bowl. That was a Mike Finnegan prevents the engine from blowing up on the first pass catch right there.
I get to stay. The dyno shop put the plug in the float bowl to keep dirt out of it. And of course, we didn't look for it when we attached both fuel lines. Starting the car up for the first time, this is a big moment right here. Car is sat for a couple of years, built an engine in 3 days. Let's go racing.
Cranking first. No oil pressure yet. Gauge works.
The safety inspection at Bonneville is pretty hardcore because when stuff goes wrong at 200 plus miles an hour, it goes way wrong. That means that you've got to have a fire system on board and a parachute and all the regular lap belts and everything. The safety inspectors will usually point out a couple small things on the car, but we sailed right through with flying colors.
They closed the actual paperwork part of tech 2 minutes before we were done. So we won't be racing till they open up 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But the good news is the car will be completely prepped by the morning and we can drink beer now. So really, it's all good. This is why it's speed week.
Yeah, not speed day.
Right. Now it's Sunday morning, our third day on the Salt. We finally got our act together, ready to race. Even though it's the fastest place on earth, things happen kind of slow. We are going to roll up, put in the spec gasoline for the class that we're running, and then hit the starting line, and we should get a run in early this morning before it turns to be 100 degrees. The current record in the class I'm racing right now is 207 miles an hour, so I'm calculating at what RPM I'll exceed that. In fourth gear, I need to hit 6,500 RPM, and this one is 230.
This is the worst part of racing, the waiting. The tweaker in me wants to take the hood off the car right now and give everything one more look. I don't want to do that though, because it doesn't mean anything. But standing around, I have nothing to do, so I'll keep pacing.
When you get to the line, you have to make sure that you are strapped in your car well in advance.
Fire pins out. Parachute, fire off.
You snap up that window net, and you and the Bonneville Salt Flats are all alone, ready for speed.
Fire it up.
Our first run was a complete waste of time. I didn't even make it out of second gear before I realized something was way, way wrong. We had put the gears in upside down in the quick change.
Big gear is supposed to go on the bottom and the little one on the top. So small one goes on the bottom. However, last year when we ran the car, or 2 years ago when we blew up the motor and we set that record on 2 cylinders, we need like a 7-to-1 gear ratio. So we flipped the gears. That was an attempt at like a 6-to-1 gear ratio, which doesn't work very well. So now we are correcting that and giving me the ability to once again run 200 plus miles an hour.
on course 1, 462 car. He's flying. He's through the 2 at 175.234. The quarter is 194.775. Chute is out as he passes the 3 at 200.599.
It was a mess. I couldn't get on it early. I short shifted it to try and make it hook up, but it's just doing this the whole way.
Since our last run, the engine has developed a pretty good misfire. Bad enough that we're pulling valve covers, and now we're going through the ignition system.
That ignition box had been in the car for 6 years or more, so it's not surprising it finally died. The new ignition system seemed to fix the misfire. We had one more run left of the day.
Out at 191.658, exit speed of 199.840.
That is a lot like a racetrack, except more like a sandbox. There is no traction to be had whatsoever. Hopefully we'll be able to hit our number tomorrow, because we did not today. Best we could run is 200 even when we needed to go 207 to qualify for that record.
We didn't want to drive around the ramp truck on the salt because the salt will destroy this thing. It'll rust immediately. So we've been borrowing our neighbor's truck for the past 2 days. We're in a pretty good time crunch right now, so we can't really wait around to borrow somebody's truck. So we're making a push bar for the front of our truck out of an old tire and some plywood and some ratchet straps. So now we're one step closer to being self-sufficient.
This is one of the few types of racing where making your car heavier can be better. We're looking for traction, and so we managed to mooch 300 pounds of lead from our buddy Lee Cecilio. I am affixing it to the car here. Some things have changed since yesterday. One, we're no longer running on course number 1 because the traction there was so hideously bad that we just weren't getting anywhere, and a lot of racers agreed with that, so we're on course 2. Second thing is we found that there's another racer in our same class who has qualified for this record this morning at 225 miles an hour. Not too big of a deal. Here's how the records work at Bonneville. You run a qualifying pass right now that exceeds the existing record, and in the morning you run a backup pass. The average of those 2 passes needs to exceed the existing record. So even if we run slower than the 225 that the other guy ran, we still have potential to beat that record in the morning, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go out here and lay down a number right now.
This is car 462 over on course 2.
So while racing, this is the David Freiburger, Tanya, and Keith Kirk machine.
Car 462 has gone through the 2 at 184.4. 3/4 at 200.3. 206.593 by 3. 217.640 mile 4.
I think that did it! Almost 8,000 RPM.
I don't understand how it can be that wide open for that long and only go that fast. The tach said I was almost at 8,000 RPM, which should have been 240 45 miles an hour, 250.
Tires slip?
It's gotta be. Finally, we had to get into a little bit of strategy because we'd qualified for this record at 217 miles an hour, but the Trans Am had also run that morning and gone 8 miles an hour faster than us.
That thing doesn't even have an air dam on it. It's weird.
Nope. Stock hood too.
Right now we're in impound so that if we do choose to, we can stay in here and run for the record in the morning, but we're gonna work on the car a little bit and see if we can find something we don't like about it where we know we can go faster, and if that's the case, we're gonna run back out and make another pass today. If you leave impound without backing up your run, then you've thrown away that record attempt.
We made 2 changes. Gear in the back of the car, new blower pulley up front, but our blower pulley and our belt's not quite fitting together, and we're trying to jam this thing together and get to the starting line real quick.
By the time we had sorted out what we wanted to do to the car mechanically, we'd spent enough time in impound that we weren't going to get another run, and we decided to just stick it out and try and make our record return run the next morning. Every morning at the Bonneville Salt Flats, the first thing that happens is record return runs. All of the cars that qualified for a record the previous day line up and parade out to the starting line and get their very first chance at running down the track in the morning. It's 7 a.m., sun just peeking over the horizon, and this is going to be our best opportunity all week to put down a good number in this class because they moved the track last night, so we have fresh salt, we've put more boost in the car, we have less gear. Cross your fingers.
Car 462 now underway on course 1. Current temperature is 82 degrees outside. Humidity is relatively high here at 24% this morning. Came through 2 at 170, 649. Through the quarter at 188, 417. 190,924. By 4, shoots out, 185, 677.
Motor's history. The bottom line is, we stepped up the boost on this thing, I leaned it out, and it blew up. I should have smelled the oil, I should have felt the power going away, it was just all over.
It would be easy to be depressed about what happened, all that hard work, all that money going into a car, and then we don't get a record. But let's be honest here, David just went 217 miles an hour in a super old Camaro with an engine that we built in 3 days.
One year, we set 5 records in 5 days in 5 different classes. I have never left Speed Week without setting a record. That is until now. But you know what? I blame Roadkill.
When I started working on it, it only went 200. It's kind of messed up.
You're the guy from Roadkill, aren't you?
Yeah. That's weird.
I showed my mom the video of the van and all, and my mom heard a bad word, and she's like, no more watching.
Back to your homework.
Yeah, that's what my mom said.
That wasn't me, that was the other guy.
Wait, who?
That guy over there. Right there.
Oh, yeah, my mom's mad at him, not you. On an episode, they took a van and a wagon and just took them out to the desert and just bashed them. Yeah, who would care? It's a Prius. Bad. N-O. I hate Priuses. I want to stick old school with gas. My mom's not here. She doesn't talk about it. She hates it.
This time on Roadkill, we've got El Camino, we've got Dog, hot rods, burnouts, altereds, customs, Merc, wine. You can't go wrong.
You had me at El Camino.
We're kicking this thing off here at Finnegan's shop, where you always have to roll a boat out of the way to get to the actual car parts. What we're gonna do is roll from here to the Hot Rod Ranch in Lompoc, California. Those guys have a bunch of cool stuff, and they're gonna be painting a 32 Ford project of mine. Then we're gonna roll up to Gambino Customs and pick up a 51 Merc that actually belongs to a Roadkill Viewers. We're gonna make it run and drive it over to another shop that's gonna be working on it.
We're loading up the El Camino. We're gonna take my wife's car this time because it's probably the most reliable thing we have in the Roadkill fleet right now. This is how you keep oil from the breathers off of your engine compartment. Microfiber towels cut up, wrap around the breather with some zip ties. And for a little while, it works really good till it gets saturated.
You've churched this thing up since the last time it was on Roadkill.
Oh, dude, I gave it a bath and everything.
Well, check out these wheels.
The other ones, well, let's just say they weren't exactly round. So,
these are, and these tires are killer.
Yeah, these make me look like I know how to go around corners. Oh my God, these are way too sticky. These will not do it.
So, Hot Rod Ranch, Lompoc.
The place where Vin Diesel went to prison in Fast and Furious 1.
Is that true?
That's what he's claimed in the movie.
Oh, okay.
I did 2 years in Lompoc. I ain't never going back. That's the way he said it.
of with gear and me in the car. So this is claiming 3 hours and 13 minutes to Hot Rod Ranch.
So 9 hours.
Plus we have to go pick up the dog.
Say that again?
We have to go pick up the dog again.
Wait, what? You have to...
You're gonna
Is
have
there
to
a
get
blanket
yogurt
for the
bar.
seat? Like...
I think you need to wear a rain slicker because I'm aiming that at you.
Oh my god. You want to put her in the bed in the cage?
We don't have the proper harness system.
Ah, look at that. She knows where her seat is. Oh my god, it's working.
No.
It's working.
Wow. I didn't have to heave her.
Look at how obedient she is now.
Okay. There you go. Wow, that is a stinky dog. We should have hosed that junk off before we loaded her in here.
Do not lick my face. Okay, we talked about this the last time. What'd she get you?
Got a little bit of French there. Wow, does this stink?
No hotel is letting us stay. Nobody.
Not if they smell this.
Uh-oh. What was that?
What was that?
What was that?
Not good.
Is that a protest?
That might have just been her snoring. She snores pretty good. Hey dog, what do you think of Finnegan's fancy new steering wheel? Does that look chewable? It's tasty.
I'll give the dog that.
Don't chip your tooth on the billet.
It doesn't chew things up. That would require too much effort.
Yeah. If the El Camino had air conditioning, it would be as good as the Ram truck.
This is true.
It cruises good.
It's got a lot of utility.
Good armrest.
All right, going for the carpool lane because we can.
The dog pool lane.
The 50 Merc was about 350 miles north of our office in San Jose, California, and for once, we had time to take the Pacific Coast Highway and drive up the one.
This has been one of our more scenic drives recently. No desert.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
Ooh, tunnel.
That was fun.
Very angry 383 inches.
Yes.
The next morning, we met up with Gil, Jamie, and Randy, who are the three brothers that run Hot Rod Ranch. The first visit was at their shop, which is separate from the ranch.
There
What's
we
happening?
go.
How you doing? How's it going?
This looks cool.
Thanks.
You said I might not be impressed. I already am. What's up?
Good
morning.
How you doing?
Good. How's it going?
Good. Well, welcome to the.
Just going past you right in.
Right in.
Wow.
Wow, that's what it looks like when people make progress on a 55 gasser. I'm unfamiliar with that.
That hurts. It just hurts.
Ooh, I like the color on this. Is that just House of Color?
It's called House of Color's Lime Time, yeah. This is a truck that we built for my uncle. He's had it since he was like 16. And a few years back, he decided to go all out on it.
You guys did all the body work on this?
Everything.
God, this thing's straight.
That's really nice.
This is kind of our first main build, you know, serious build, you know.
It's really flat though.
A lot of color sanding.
A lot of color sanding.
We hand formed that whole engine cover out of sheet metal, and then Randy did the flames.
That is beautiful.
Cool.
Thank you.
Wow, this is bigger than I thought. Ooh, here's another 34. Oh, it looks a little decrepit. And I'm working on a 32 Ford project that's going to get painted by these guys, which is why I wanted to stop by and sort of see the shop. I've never been here before. They take stuff like this 34 Ford. Look how clapped out this thing is, and they're going to make that into a real car. It's pretty amazing.
So if you don't mind me asking, what did this cost?
This one I picked up for $2,400.
Wow, that's not bad.
I got offered $3,000 the very next day
Yeah.
for it. It's like, it was just, they're getting hard to find, you know?
It's just crazy that something that's missing half the firewall, part of the pillar, because when I say he paid $2,500 for this, you really have to realize that he paid $2,500 for that.
What's amazing about these guys is the sheer volume of work that they actually get done. I've been following this Project Thunderbird that they're throwing a late model Coyote motor into, and by far my favorite car here is this 34 Ford that Gil picked up and turned into one of the most wicked looking altereds I've seen in a long time.
We need to find out if it'll pass NHRA tech and build a real motor for it.
I'd really like to, especially after when we found out, it weighed 2,300 pounds.
Exactly.
Yesterday. That's pretty light.
I have an aluminum block that would look fantastic on this thing with an 871 on it.
Check this out. Did you guys build this? You found it? Wow. Oh, that is totally sketchy.
Just start off nowhere near the cars, okay?
Oh, no brakes.
No, you got a brake right there. Look,
where?
Right here.
Oh, okay. I bet that works good. No.
Ready? You got this. I feel good about this because I'm not on it.
Yeah. Ooh, there's more good junk down here.
Take it off some sweet jumps.
Ow! There we go. Maybe sandals aren't the best idea. Oh, chains off.
It works about as good as most of your cars.
All right, that was fun while it lasted. As if there wasn't enough cool stuff here at the shop, we were gonna head out to the ranch, so I hopped into Gil's 34 Ford and we hit the road to go check it out.
Is it stupid or ironic that we're in Lone Poke about to do burnouts right next to the sign for the U.S. Penitentiary? See? Told you this is where Vin Diesel went.
The ranch is where the original shop location was. It's actually where these guys grew up. And now they just basically use it for storage, but they store cool stuff. Their big deal is gassers, and they've got these two 56 Chevys that are just original leftovers, very pure to the 60s and 70s era.
I'm just sitting here daydreaming about what it would be like to drive my car. This is pretty cool because my car was completely gutted when I bought the body. It didn't have anything, no switches, no door, no gauges, just nothing. So this is the first time I've actually sat in a 55 Chevy and looked at the dashboard and went, oh, that's where the glove box goes.
We could have spent all day and into the next one there hanging out with the guys from Hot Rod Ranch, but it was 250 miles to Gambino Customs where the Merc was, so we had to hit the road. We arrived in San Jose and got to Gambino Customs late in the afternoon, and we met Alex Gambino, who I knew by reputation because the guy builds really awesome traditional customs. One of them is like his daily driver. It's this 57 Chrysler that has a Winfield fade job that Alex did himself. And then we laid eyes on the 50 Merc.
So this is it.
It used to be a coupe, but somebody has hacked the roof off and put in a Chevelle convertible top mechanism that doesn't really work right. It also has a big block Chevy in it, which makes sense because the whole car is on a Chevelle frame. It's a good solid foundation for a running driving car if it wasn't quite as hacked together as this one is.
So you're just trying to make sure everybody's aware this is not your work.
Oh, yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I know there's a lot of wrong here, but this is a fun-looking car. I would be completely happy to drive this, into a wall or something. So my connection to this whole deal is Jim Norman and I became friends because he was watching Roadkill and he sent me a message on Facebook once and he was looking for some parts and I had an engine block he needed. After that, he happened to mention that this car needed to get from Gambino Customs to the shop that he has in Paso Robles. And he was gonna come down here with some tools, get it running and drive it. Instead of him fixing the car up, we came down here to put our magic touch on the engine. We know it's got a carb problem, the oil smells like gas, but it should light off, it should move, then we'll be able to tackle the brakes. With any luck, we'll hit the road tomorrow afternoon. And now that I've said that out loud, it'll probably be Monday morning.
It's Saturday morning and we're back at Gambino Customs, ready to work on the Merc for the first time.
You can see the front half of the Chevelle chassis right here. And they've grafted some 2x4 box tubing down the middle. Some really brilliant welding there, let me tell you.
It runs, but we haven't driven it yet. The problem is there's a massive oil leak. So that's the first thing we have to fix. And we have help from Jim here who actually hooked us up with this whole deal. So we can kick him later.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So here's how oil is supposed to work, right? It's supposed to be fairly consistent, a little thick. This is more like water with a little bit of gasoline in it. So it's not doing anybody any good.
I am thinking that the fuel pump diaphragm's bad in pumping gas into the oil. But see this? This is
hey, that's supposed to
not
turn.
hard to turn.
It's supposed to turn.
Yep. This is a first for Roadkill because the Merc is a custom instead of really a hot rod or a muscle car. They've always said that hot rods are for scaring girls away and customs are for attracting them. They're all about the look. They're for styling, profiling on the street, not that much for really going fast. This is a 50 or 51 Merc, which is sort of like the iconic custom car. It was the first time Detroit had recognized what the custom guys were doing, and it was almost a custom from the factory. If you saw like American Graffiti, the Pharaohs, that's what they drove, is one of these. And this one has been customized. It's got the classic Packard tail lights, and this is like a 56 Chevy, I think, front bumper that's flipped upside down and put on the back with the overrider bar. So kind of traditional custom stuff, executed not that well. You never know really where to begin on something like this where you've never touched the car. You just start fixing junk, and the more you put hands and eyeballs on the car and find even more. Looks like something we'd do.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that.
If we were on the side of the road, we would. You would have at least polished this.
Yeah, use an Allen bolt, you know.
Yeah. Remember we had that problem with the front wheels barely turning, like the brakes were locked up? It's got discs on the front, and I noticed that it has a drum brake master cylinder, which I know because both the reservoirs are the same size. I also know that a drum brake master cylinder has residual pressure valves in it, which are designed to hold just a little bit of brake fluid pressure in the line, but you can't have that on disc brakes. So we ordered a 72 Chevelle disc brake master cylinder, and Jim's throwing it on there right now.
Jim was a huge help on the brakes along with Freiburger. I worked on the tune-up, and we thrashed on this thing all day long.
There you go. Oh, nice! Airbags in the coil springs, booger weld extended to frame. There's the exhaust system that does a corkscrew and a half gainer over the rear axle.
This thing was registered as a truck in Indiana in 2011. So Jack, the guy that owns this car, is way more legit than us because he registered it and insured it for our little trip here.
So far, so good. Want to tune it up?
Ooh. Wait. Easy. Let it warm up.
You want to put a light on it?
Yeah. Well, it starts. It's not running real good yet, but we're going to put a timing light on it and get the screwdriver out and try to get it running a little bit better. About 14, 16.
Let's call it there. That's way better. Sweet.
Might do a burnout.
That's fixed. It was firing the ignition timing 8 degrees after top dead center. It actually wants to be about 16 before, so we set it up there, and the thing purrs. It's unbelievable. We actually wrapped up a bunch of stuff on the Merc in one day. We hopped in with the dog and with Gambino and took off to find out what disasters were going to await us next.
Sounds spunky.
It's way better.
Oh, this is going to take some getting used to. All right. I feel like I'm driving a land yacht right now.
Cool. I give him 25 yards before he finds out if it does a burnout. I heard a little squeak.
Yeah. The windshield is not tall enough.
All the dirt is flying out of the floorboards and into your eye.
All right, ready for the brake test?
Brake test. Yeah!
Good, great.
Not bad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
A lot of dirt. We probably should have vacuumed the turds out of this.
Yeah!
There we go.
Get some. Not terrifyingly fast. I'm calling that a 396. Even if it is a 454.
Cop behind us? I don't want to look.
Don't know.
Is there any chrome I can look in a reflection to see if he's behind us?
No. Some of my peripheral vision. He's holding up his camera. That's not suspicious at all.
Nice work.
Wow, that's gutless.
Yeah. Turns out there was a cop sitting back there at the light, but we managed not to get pulled over and headed back to Gambino's one last time before hitting the road. Gambino asked us to sign the door, which is really cool because this is like his top heroes that come here to visit. Number one, Gene Winfield and Frank DeRosa Sr. And
mine's missing something.
There you go. They'll know you were here.
Yeah.
While we were at Gambino's, I was posting some photos on Instagram, and there was a kid who recognized where we were, and he was right in the area at 16 years old with his first car, a 51 Pontiac. So before we hit the road in the Merc, we decided to cruise by his place and check it out. Cool. How long have you had it?
A month and a half.
Did you pinstripe it and everything?
My uncle pinstriped it.
Is this your very first car?
Yeah, very first car.
What do you have under the hood?
350.
We're gonna get smoked.
Yeah? And is it a stock front suspension?
Yep.
That's gotta be fun. And this is your mom's truck?
Yeah.
My car in high school wasn't nearly as cool as this one.
I'm glad you're keeping the flame burning.
Oh, don't forget your dog.
Oh, dog. What?
It's pissing on a smart car right now.
Our dog?
Well, your dog.
Oh, dumb dog.
Your neighbors are gonna hate us.
Oh, she peed on her leash. Come here. I got the dog. Weak. It's Sunday on Roadkill. Last night it was pretty funny. We actually stayed in a high-end hotel, and believe it or not, they did not allow dogs. So we went ahead and brought the dog inside. That went pretty well. Had to smuggle her back out this morning. Went to a gas station and made a major environmental hazard. Wow, that's hideous. That is going to be a trail of fire following us the whole way. Pretty good. We're only smoking a lot.
Let's test out the sway bars. Everybody lean. Whoa.
Can I get a GPS reading? Tell me how fast I'm going. I'll be driving by engine noise from now on. We have no tachometer or speedometer.
Ooh, getting daring.
I feel like we should be robbing a bank right now and then going surfing because we got no roof. The door is just a little high.
Oh no, it's perfect. You gotta get your, that's gangster lean right there.
It's just a little high though.
That's the look.
Because right now my arm's getting chafed on the plasma cutted door seam here.
Well, maybe that's the actual problem.
Yeah. This car's full of good intentions. Look at that. Really expensive wiring harness. Poorly installed.
Big block Chevy, making a lot less power than a big block Chevy.
You throw $200,000 or $300,000 at this thing,
hint,
you'll have a $20,000 automobile.
Well, we only had to drive 160 miles down to Paso Robles to deliver this car. The first hour of driving this thing actually went pretty well. And then it started to get really hot outside, and naturally, the car started to overheat. This thing is gonna puke.
There's the air, Chuck. Where's the water?
It's not puking. That scares me even more. We were freaking out at the gauge, like touching 250 when we would stop and going down the freeway at 230, which is way too hot. So we thought it was overheating. We cooled it off.
Oh, well, there was water in it.
Yep.
Apparently it wasn't overheating. The gauge just sucks bad.
We're gonna let it cool down a little bit more, get the cap off, fill it up with water, not crack the block because it's not overheating, and then hit the road again and ignore the gauge. After a bunch of times pulling over, thinking it was overheating, and then maybe it's not, and then trusting the gauge, and then not, we got to like 6 miles of Jim's Vineyard, and it was obvious this thing was in nuclear meltdown mode.
That's hot. That's really hot. Come on, hood. Hey, the hood hinge came undone.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Can you grab that bolt out of that pocket there?
Does that go right here? That hurt. Oh, man.
So the last time we pulled over and the gauge said 240-ish degrees, nothing happened. It actually wasn't that hot. This time when the gauge said 250, we pulled over and it puked its guts out everywhere.
It's a good thing this is one of our shorter trips because this is gonna get real old real fast. We're only 6 miles from where we need to be.
So what do? Oh, we do what we always do. Take the hood off. That's the obvious fix. It doesn't sound happy now that I've done that.
It does not. Whoa!
Hello. Why is it waiting till the very end of the trip for the wheels to come off of this thing?
I don't know.
I was genuinely concerned about bringing this car to its new owner because he'd never driven it, he'd never really seen it, and it showed up with the hood in the back seat.
The Merc's owner was there with his dad and with his little kid. And I'll tell you, any doubts I had about this car melted away immediately because when this guy saw his Merc for the first time, his eyes were just huge. The guy glowed like he couldn't believe it. And he knew the car was rough, but it didn't matter because it made him happy. And best of all, his little kid was bouncing off the walls.
That's a father and son driving in their new hot rod. New to them anyway. Look at that. Best day at work ever, right there.
Woo! Hey, little chap. What do you think? Is that awesome?
Next generation of hot rodder right there.
Roadkill, we're going to rebuild a 68 Charger with used motorhome parts.
It's yet another episode where we're going to dig out one of my old cars that's been sitting around forever and do something with it. This time, it's a 68 Dodge Charger that I think I bought about 5 years ago. And actually, I didn't even buy it. I traded it for a set of cylinder heads. Just go ahead and pull the wire.
That's the anti-theft system there.
Wow. Last time I was here, these weeds were not there. It's been a while.
We're gonna burn half the morning just getting to the Charger.
It's better than it looks, but it has nothing in it other than a rolling chassis, meaning no engine, no transmission, no drive shaft, no wiring, no brakes, nothing. That is disgusting. Check that out.
We have to get it out because if we move this and it breaks open in the car.
Do you see what this is?
It's like movie parts.
This is a movie F-bomb fender from Fast and Furious. Check it out. They wrecked like 5 of these cars for the 30 seconds that thing was in the movie.
So we moved Freiburger's crappy Jeep. We need to move Freiburger's crappy Charger, but his crappy trailer has a winch that doesn't have a crappy battery to power it. So we're gonna take his crappy Suburban to an auto parts store to get a battery, to work the winch, to get the Charger out, just so we can get to somebody's driveways, so we can start working on this massive drivetrain swap that he has in mind. 3 days?
2.5.
Yeah, we're hosed. I have a vision for this car, and I don't think it's exactly what his vision is. My vision is it sailing through the air in a bright orange ball of fire, you know, over a canyon.
You want General Lee?
I want General Lee.
I want the General Mayhem. That's what this is going to be. The General Mayhem.
Mayhem's good.
Yeah.
As long as it's orange with an 01 on it.
No. The first step was to blow all of the rat turds out of the Charger, so we loaded it up on the back of the Macho Grande and dragged it over to the coin-op car wash.
I'd bet $1 that today
We're the only ones hauling a 68 Charger behind a Macho Grande through Burbank, California. That makes us winners.
I like the way you've really asked no questions about the condition of the Charger, what might be missing, what I did or didn't order, what the parts vehicle is.
I have really low expectations for this deal.
I'll say this episode will not end without us having it running and driving. How's that? Movie magic.
You did leave yourself a good size out there.
Yes.
Well, it's difficult to see right now, but this car is actually full of critters that want to kill me. So we're gonna hose it out here at the car wash before we even think about working on this piece of crap.
Yuck.
You're gonna get scurvy right now.
Oh look, here's a whole bag of Corona bottles.
Oh, you're about to get gonorrhoesyphilis.
Oh, that stinks. Yuck. Oh. Oh.
So glad this isn't my
Oops,
car.
that broke.
Oh, and you broke the bottle. This right here is what makes the Charger cool. Go faster grooves in the doors. Look at that. It just looks like speed happening right there. It's restored now. Wow, you're going all out. Suds and everything.
I think this fender is probably giving you ideas.
Dude, I'm telling you. It's like it already wants to be a General Lee. Car's talking to you right now. Look, orange suds are coming off of this side. It's telling you, it's bleeding orange. It's saying, come on, jump me, jump me. Keep in mind, I've never seen the donor vehicle. Oh wow, this is kind of nice. And it's way too nice to rip apart.
Nobody wants the Dodges. That's the problem, especially a long bed 3/4 ton.
But Mopar people are strange, and they're gonna be mad that you gutted the Mopar, even though it's for a better Mopar.
I couldn't bring myself to tear up that Dodge truck because it was so clean, so the problem was we needed to find something that was a donor with a big block Mopar in it that I was not going to have sentimental attachment to. And then Finnegan surfed Craigslist and came up with the genius idea.
What engine is in this thing?
That was brilliant!
Is it on fire?
I wanted a big block Mopar really badly, and one of the sources for them is old Dodge motorhomes. There's a zillion of them out there. They're dirt cheap. This is a Class A, which means not based on a van. Big ugly. I think it's on an M800 chassis, and it has a 440 and a 727. It's got a battery we can use, maybe some wiring and stuff like that, and it runs good.
We just picked it up, drove it 3 or 4 blocks, and it's already leaking.
I know how to solve that. It's overheating. Let's take the hood off.
Let's take the hood off.
You know it has a cooling problem when it comes with the return jug that they failed to install.
Well, you know, they had good intentions at least.
Didn't know this thing came with landscaping. Check that out.
I'm telling you, dude.
That's like topiary right there.
We've never bought anything this nice.
I'm really surprised the brakes work that well, or at least the front ones do. We got the Brady Bunch Edition shag carpet, nicely discolored and molded. The door does not stay shut, so that sort of flaps in the breeze, and there is this custom rope to hold it shut, but we figure that's not really necessary for our purposes. It's seriously making my eyes burn in here. Ugh, it's so bad. I don't get why it's okay up here. I mean, not good, it's fungus. But from that point back, literally, it burns your eyes and you can't breathe. I wasn't kidding, right? What is that?
Pot of porgy? We have a super tight timetable to make this swap happen. So immediately after buying the motorhome, we headed straight to my buddies at OC Driveline to trade them the generator out of the motorhome for the drive shaft we need to connect the 440 to the Dodge Charger.
I haven't really checked out the engine yet. Oh, man, it stinks. Yep, this is a Chrysler 440 big block. You can always tell the big blocks from the small blocks because the distributor's in the front, whereas the small block has it in the back. And, ooh, thermoquad. That is a Carter thermoquad, the famous carburetor with the plastic body. That's genius. That's gonna run really well in the Charger.
It's time to take the hood off, roadkill style.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be way more efficient.
And it's attractive.
Next.
Look at the flow.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know what I'm thinking though is it burns your eyes so bad in there. We're gonna need some ventilation.
I like what
you're picking up what I'm putting down. Want one on your side? If the engine cover's off, we'll get flow through the grill, across the engine, and out the back.
This was really unnecessary, but fun.
Yeah.
Because I want people to look at my calves while I'm driving.
Here's what I was thinking. Ready? Push it in, don't hit it. There you go. Thermal quad!
The only carburetor that punishes you for trying to go full throttle. Let me try going to the floor.
Nice! There we go. Wow! That's the sound of power!
There we go.
I don't sense quite enough fear in all these people.
No.
I don't think they know.
You mean we need to show them what the Pace Aero is capable of?
I think so. Let me see if I can affix the door.
Isn't there a piece of rope in here?
Okay, let's see. Worried this thing's gonna hit a motorcycle splitting lanes. Here, hold that open. Ah! Wait. Got it. Okay, now I got rope.
You got the screen door. If you believe our temp gauge, this thing is running ice cold. Upon closer inspection, she's puking coolant all over the ground. So I don't believe the gas gauge either, so we put gas in both the main and auxiliary tank, which didn't move the gauge at all. And they both only took 10 gallons. But it's running fine, and I honestly think we're gonna make it. Yeah, that door might be okay. Oh!
That was awesome.
Yeah, pull over, we'll rip it off completely.
Yeah. Oh, it wasn't coming off. It's fine. It's just this.
Ah, it's just the guts. With no tools on hand, we just decided to start ripping the door off, and that only got us so far. I'm a human can opener right now. When all of a sudden, the LA Department of Transportation shows up, and they've got an axe.
There we go. We need to get that off there. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very
State
much.
of California saves us.
That was fun.
We spent all day getting the motor home here, and it's out in the street, but it won't fit down the driveway, and it's too late for us to hack out the sawzalls right now, so we're gonna get to work on the Charger. Let's start right here and work our way back and remove everything we don't need just to get it out of our way.
Starting with the hood. Because
That's a good idea. You know how they say to make a statue, you start with a big block of stone and chip away everything that isn't a naked woman? We're right now chipping away everything that isn't a badass Charger. Gross. Looks gross in here.
By the time we got back here to actually work on the Charger, it's so late at night we can't make any noise. So we'll pick this up again tomorrow. I am jacking up the back of the car so that I can rip out the gas tank, because that'll probably be the quietest job I can do right now. And since it's 8 a.m. in the morning, the neighbors probably don't want to hear me busting ball joints loose with a hammer and a fork. Where they jumped it. That's some Bo and Luke Duke stuff right there.
Thing I love about Roadkill is we're gonna put nice, shiny aftermarket parts on that crud right there because we don't have time to do any better. And we always go, oh yeah, I'll take it apart and fix it later. I don't.
I never say that. I say you'll never take it apart and fix it later.
I always say that.
There's no brake jumps. And there's no springs. There hasn't been anything back here for a really long time. Are you swapping to discs?
Okay. No, I had no clue.
Oh, this is all roadkill. Look at that.
That's going to put a damper in our schedule.
That just screwed us.
Yeah, completely.
Drink beer? Drink beer and think about it?
At this point, the episode fell to complete disaster, and it was obvious we weren't going to get it done. We had to run off and shoot something else. And so I took the hulk of the Pacero motorhome, shoved it back into storage, abandoned the Charger at Rob's house, and walked away for a month and a half before we started working on it again.
You ever considered dusting this car? Just a light little Swiffer right here on the dash so you can see the gauges. You've done an excellent job of keeping your area clean. Did you buy a Supra too?
No.
This isn't even a good Supra.
People always park here and block my spots. I've had vehicles that I've sold that I can't sell because junk is in the way. So we got to move that.
Did this get worse since the last time we were here?
Looks like someone messed with the spare tire.
Let's see if it runs. Whatever that funk was in the back the last time we drove this, that's gone, but I think it's been replaced by spiders and other things I don't want anywhere near me. Just pour a bunch of that on there so it blows up right in my face.
That's good, right?
That's enough. That was all that. Oh!
I thought I was going to be able to find a junkyard to just take this thing. It turns out we're going to have to pay to have it hauled away, and they won't take it complete. No one around here. So we're going to have to sawzall the whole body off of the motorhome. We ordered a dumpster to throw all the junk in, and then we're going to have the frame hauled away separately.
This is a reciprocating saw, and it's my friend, my good friend. See that? Look at the action on that baby. It's going to turn this into butter right now. Look at that, like butter. In our warped and twisted minds, we decided we'll rent a dumpster, cut the entire thing up by ourselves in one day, and throw it all away. Oh, cool. There's our guy.
All right, perfect. Well, we've given the Supra guy at least half a day to move his junk, so time's up. He's getting blocked in. This is my level of concern.
That was impressive.
Now that we've got the side open, our plan is to cut the whole floor out so that we can just get directly to the engine.
Oh, almost missed.
Good. See? Liberate it.
This should have been a factory option.
Oh! That was close.
I really thought that was coming back.
I did too. All I wanted was a big black Chrysler for my Charger. What a fiasco. This is debacle.
You're setting records right here.
DEFCON 6 here.
We just went in, not even a circle back to the beginning. This was a figure 8 back to the beginning.
But this is a 440. Those other ones are only 400s.
It makes it all worthwhile.
It's all worthwhile.
So I call about the motorhome. So how much is it? $1,200. Okay. I show up. It's a lady and her husband, and I'm driving it around. It runs okay, not great, and I'm trying to bargain with her. I'm like, hey, you know, $1,200 seems kind of high. How about $1,000? No, I'm pretty firm on $1,200. All right, so I drive it around the block a few times, come back home, shut it off, and it diesels for no joke about 30 seconds straight. And it finally stops, and I go, so you'll take $1,000, huh? She's all, yeah.
And what a deal you got!
Look at it this way, I got an entire house for $1,000. Engine in, out for the first time for the last time.
Oh, you knew that was gonna happen.
Why couldn't we get a hoist with childbearing hips? This ain't gonna work.
Looking pretty solid to me. There we go.
That's one side.
Yeah, it seems like it's still... Remove it.
Freedom.
Okay. Can you try and bucket that? Too late.
It's done.
Yeah.
It was a lot like a recreational vehicle archaeological dig to get the 440 out of this thing, but finally, we liberated the glorious big block Mopar.
Best part, though, is that we found a guy who's going to take this thing so we don't have to cut it in a million pieces and throw it in the dumpster.
I'll be honest, we had to pay him to take it.
Yeah, but don't care.
So tomorrow, I'll go get the ramp truck, I'll load the Fury on it, I'll come here, we'll put this in the trunk of the Fury on the ramp truck, return the $400 worth of Sawzall blades, drive the whole mess to the Charger, and then
make a bigger mess there.
Pillage the Fury and the engine for the Charger.
Yep, no, that's perfect.
Everybody got that? Look at them, already stripping parts.
Ah, the Fury, my old friend. I'm here scavenging parts off the motorhome, and Finnegan just showed up with the Fury.
She's a little overloaded right now, breaking through the floor.
Oh, I know.
So right now what we're gonna do is roll the Fury back a few feet, swing the engine out of the motorhome up into the air and into the trunk of the Fury, and then tow the whole circus over to the Charger, unload everything again. Why do we make things so difficult? No one's ever parked a 440 in the trunk of a Fury on the back of a ramp truck and driven through Burbank.
I'd say start setting it down. What's the worst that could happen?
Put a hole in the fuel cell and fuel everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the world's only rear-motored 73 Fury. There, I solved that problem. It's through.
Not even gonna ask what that was.
Oh, this isn't going anywhere. Probably not coming out either.
The donkey's not going to the junkyard. That's going back in my living room.
We're doing the car dance right now. We had to move the Charger out so that we can get the Fury in so that we can work on it more easily. So it'll be Charger out, Fury in, Charger back in, Charger out, Fury out to the junkyard, Charger back in. Got that? Okay.
I didn't get that at all. What are we doing?
Let her rip.
I think we're bottomed out on the driveway. Whoa.
We're wedged against the inside of the trunk like we were predicting.
What'd that car ever do to you?
Okay, pushing your way, it's gonna do that. Okay. Yep, slice those two plug wires.
The Fury is going to donate the transmission, the front accessories, the seats, some of the wiring, maybe the rear brakes, most of its soul. Just, you know, the things we need, the little things.
I thought we honestly were going to be able to get this whole car running and driving in 3 days, but my 3 days means 6.
I like it when I show up and you're already working. It's like when you come back from the bathroom at a restaurant and the food's already there.
I decided to go ahead and take the engine out separate from the transmission, basically so we don't just bloodbath the driveway.
Oh, that sounds messy. I'm just gonna sit here and watch you work for a while. Makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. Time to relieve the donkey of its duties. Just leave like that for a while. I can't believe that I'm scraping grease off of an engine so we can clean it so that Freiburger can paint it. An engine that came out of a motorhome that we bought for $1,000 that's going to get stuffed into a Charger that probably cost $1,000, driven once on Roadkill, and then stuffed in some back lot later. Like, everybody buys a motorhome, they're like, woohoo, travel the country with our family. Then they find out their kids hate them and don't want to spend that much time in a car with them. Yep. So the motorhome sits in the driveway and accumulates a total of 38,000 miles over a 30-year span.
So I'm going to gunk this thing, and they had 3 different things at Pep Boys: original, foamy, and heavy-duty gel. So I'm going to find out which one I like best.
True story. When I was in high school, and I didn't know anything about cars, my Camaro leaked a lot of oil. And my Friday night ritual was to take my paycheck, head to the local auto parts store, buy gunk and clean my engine before going out. That was it. Never fixed the oil leak. I just cleaned it every Friday.
Because roadkill.
Shut it off, dude.
Let this thing dry for a couple of hours, and it actually came out pretty good. I think I like the gel and foamy gunk better than the original. They kind of stick to the thing better, and the heavy-duty stuff, you can almost see the grease falling off. Mopar guys are going to be all over me for not painting it either Hemi orange or Chrysler turquoise. Freshly rebuilt.
Wow, Fonzie, all black, huh?
Yeah. If I painted it orange, it would have been way worse.
I think you've talked yourself into this.
Yeah.
I think it was a valuable use of our time and resources. You know, it was blue. It couldn't be blue. It's going in a black car. So now it's black.
Now we have to pull the engine out of the Fury and then take the transmission out.
There we go.
Or do that. Torque converter's sort of coming out with the motor, but it wanted to. Now, let's decide where this is going to sit for 6 years.
Rob's front lawn.
The transmission in the motorhome had a companion flange on the back of it instead of a slip yoke, so we couldn't use it. So that's why we're using this transmission.
You want me to lower it a little bit?
Wow, how does this leak that bad? How is that even possible? We just made a bloodbath of epic proportion over here.
Oh my God. There's a triple homicide under the Fury.
This is unbelievable. You know, the thing is, ATF is mostly a detergent, so we're really cleaning your driveway.
So in a twisted way, you owe us.
Oh, okay. Because it really needed clean before you got it.
Look at how good it is. Look how shiny it is now.
This Fury was a factory towing package model, which is kind of like a cop car package, and it has a factory limited slip in it. So we're going to pull out the whole center section out of this rear end and put it in the Charger so that we have posi for better donuts. And it also has 11-inch drum brakes on the back, which I'm going to take off and put on the Charger, which has factory 10-inch brakes. So the Fury, once again, the gift that keeps on giving.
We're like the Native Americans, you know, we're not just out there hunting buffalo for sport. You know, we're going to eat every piece off of this Fury, so there's nothing left that anyone can use.
We started off our morning sending the Fury to the junkyard, which is a roadkill first. Usually we take cars from the junkyard, or we have cars that should be there.
It's opposite day.
So now we're going to pull the pan off the motor, put on a new oil pan that will fit the Charger. We're gunking the transmission, and we're going to bolt it all together and hopefully have the engine in the car in about 15 minutes.
We are getting close.
As if by magic.
It's like it's already done. We could just start drinking beer now. Look how close we are.
Now. Okay. I've probably had the Charger for about 7 years, and it's just been a rolling hulk the whole time. So this is a pretty big moment. Been wanting this for quite a while.
Freiburger and I have worked on this car off and on for the last 3 months. We've wired it, we've plumbed it, we put the shifter in, put a drive shaft in it. So it's got functioning gauges, for Christ's sakes. This thing is probably nicer than most anything we've had on Roadkill just because we were the ones that worked on it. It's actually wired properly. A proper fuse block. That's right, if something goes wrong, the fuse blows, the car doesn't burn to the ground. For once, it's not a fire hazard.
I wouldn't go that far.
This thing is finally ready to crank to life. And we could probably go off-roading in the next 24 hours, I predict.
I've been keeping it as cheap as I possibly can, doing stuff like reusing the thermal quad, using 2 sets of spark plug wires to make one good set. This has got 1 set off the Fury and a couple wires off the motorhome. And look at the zip tie wire separators, which is always a good tech tip right there.
And here's where all the science happens. Start button, ignition, fans, headlights, and for Johnny Law, that turns off our taillights in case we got to get away really fast. If I push the start button, he's gonna flinch.
Whoa! You're gonna puke tranny fluid everywhere.
Oh, you're just startled that this piece of crap actually cranked over after 3 months.
Oh, this is the real reason to own a 68 Charger, is for the flip open gas filler. I love this thing. I actually bought that new reproduction for like $47 because I love it so much.
Yeah. I think Dodge, Plymouth, Chrysler stole that from boat guys.
Don't care, it's cool. I plan on firing the thing up today, but we still have some things to do. There's a brake line that needs to be made, need to put the push rod in there. Of course, Finnegan's installing the tack, that's crucial. I want to hang the fender, also crucial, put a bumper on it and stuff like that. What else do we have to do? It's getting down to short list.
Rub some awesome on it and go hit the road.
I have a 69 fender that we have to modify just a little bit to bolt onto it. Zero insurance and registration. In fact, you know, we don't even know that the car isn't hot. I traded the thing for a set of cylinder heads. It might not be registerable.
This might not even be your car.
That's right. We might have just put the thing running and driving for some guy we don't even know.
Right now, Freiburger is pouring some gas down the carb, and we're going to try to fire up the Charger for the very first time since 1983.
Go. Stop. Let me, oh, do you have the ignition on?
I did. Can you make sure the box is lit up?
The box doesn't have a light on it. Trying to fill the float bowls of the carburetor by pouring gas down the vent tube. Okay. Here it comes. Wow, it sounds weak.
We just ran out of gas. It had 75 pounds.
Yeah. It runs, but there's only a couple issues. One of which is it sounds like an absolute turd. This thing makes 200 horsepower. Second of which is it has not picked up gasoline out of the tank yet. I can't just keep feeding it gas into the carburetor. So I think I'm going to fill up the float bowl and see if we can get it to run long enough that it'll actually suck it up out of the tank.
As far as I'm concerned, a Charger should sound like the General Lee, and this does not sound like that.
Got it. That's paint burning off the headers. Yeah.
You have a Charger that runs.
And smells really good.
I'm a little jealous over here because I know this is temporary where I'm sitting.
This is big.
This car needs to be jumping over a river. If we tried to drive it right now, we may just disappoint ourselves.
Probably.
We should just bask in what we have right now.
Yeah.
Which is a car on jack stands.
That runs and revs.
Most cars on jack stands don't run or rev.
I don't care if you don't paint this like the Duke's car or not, I'm still sliding across the hood.
5 months later, it's winter in Southern California, which means it's raining and we've got thicker clothes on. The driveway is a bitchin' shade of rainbow from all the fluids that are dropped on it. And the Charger is not here because Freiburger actually drove it to an exhaust shop and an alignment shop. Oh, look how straight the wheels are. It's not that loud.
With exhaust of sorts.
Look what we made.
The guy at the alignment shop said we would have died if we'd taken off as it was.
Well, the wheels were like this and like this. It was.
I've only driven it 2 blocks. No reverse. Seriously, absolutely nothing. How is that possible that it drove in the driveway and as soon as it saw you, it broke? I honestly fear that people think that we will have faked this for drama because it's so unbelievable, but you have to see this. We do not lie on Roadkill. Fire the thing up. We know it has fluid. We put it in reverse. We know it's shifting. It goes no, whoop, hey.
I just tried to drive that car and it wouldn't move. How's this possible? Oh no, it's dead again. Except now it's dead in the street.
I seriously thought Freiburger was pulling some sick and twisted joke on me when he magically made the car stop moving.
So we shoved it back in the driveway, crawled under it, jerked the transmission out of the thing again, and ran it to a shop down the street where we found out that I had not gotten the torque converter fully seated in the front pump when I put the engine in the car the first time. While the transmission was down the street getting rebuilt, we had plenty of time to make the Charger cool and even legal. We hung some headlights in the front of it, and because an original Charger grill in mint condition costs like $2,500, we ended up making this killer Mad Max grill out of some perforated steel.
We just created probably the greatest grill that mankind has ever known, and we don't have beer to celebrate.
There might be one Bud Light, so you're right, we don't have beer to celebrate.
No, this
There's
achievement.
just no celebration in Bud Light.
This is the equivalent of stepping foot on the moon. That's what happened here today. If I was a guy in a Prius or a Yaris and I saw this coming at me in the rearview mirror, I'd get out of the way.
Right as we wrapped up the grill, the guy called and said that the transmission was finally done. So we ran over there to pick it up, slapped it in the car, and then, of course, the topper. We had to throw on the Fury's Hemi hood scoop, because the Fury always brings good luck.
We're going on a road trip today. There, I called it. I declare this Charger roadworthy.
Ready? That was cool. Fire out of the scoop. I can't even believe it. We are finally gonna hit the road. All right, I'll be Bo, you be Luke.
Yeehaw!
That's not smoking as much as it was.
Rob's our friend, but you really need to do a burnout down this street.
Oh no, it's a big.
That was it? That was on the floor?
Pretty much.
Oh my god. What's that noise? Driveline?
You bolt the drive shaft in?
Yeah. It sounds like the muscle truck.
Kinda.
Oh my god, that's dirty.
What is the smoke? Headers?
It's the dirt coming out of the dash, dude.
No, that's smoke. See the smoke pouring out of here?
It's hard to tell.
Look behind us, dude.
Dude, you ever seen that Cheech and Chong movie?
I'm thinking we should pull over.
Yeah, maybe. Oh my god. We might be on fire, dude.
Yeah, I know.
So we got on the freeway.
Coming out of the other side.
Things sounded awesome. Like, literally, greatest exhaust note ever. Reminded me a lot of the muscle truck. And then it was just James Bond smoke, the whole entire freeway. I think we stopped 3 lanes of traffic just now because it's puking tranny fluid everywhere.
Dipstick came out.
Came out? Hey, it's gone.
Transmission fluid catches on fire good. And luckily, that didn't happen yet. We did have the James Bond smoke screen going on.
Went to put the dipstick in, and that's supposed to go into one of those bolts, but we were kind of in a hurry to leave, so I thought, oh well, I'm just gonna hammer the dipstick tube in, put some RTV on it, and it'll be good. And it wasn't good. This just blew out. My fault. I almost burnt the car to the ground.
We got some sort of a clunk going on up here when it's rotating. I should probably look into that while he's fixing that deal. Okay, I found that clunk, we're good. It's the wheel weight is just hitting the upper ball joint. It'll fall off soon enough. Daylight was winding down, but finally we had this thing running again and hit the road. I can't tell you why this was such a lifelong dream for me, but I have always just loved thrashing passenger cars around in the desert. And to have a 68 Charger in particular, it just brought back the vibes of Dukes of Hazzard and Dirty Mary Crazy Larry and even Bullet. It's just, I was raised to believe that a 68-69 Charger is the most indestructible vehicle off-road, and I was set to prove it.
If I closed my eyes, I swear I was riding in the General Lee. It sounded just like it.
Wait for the next one. That's gonna be good.
Water came right through the floor, dude.
Oh, shit, screwed.
All four wheels never left the ground. We've got too much respect for this car. But we did get it sideways around every corner. We did throw dirt in the air. We had a blast.
Man, this episode was a long way to go. I think back about how I really thought that we were going to get this Charger done in 3 days, but it turned into 6 months. But finally ended up with exactly what I've wanted for a long time, and that is the Mad Max Vibe 68 Charger. And in the end, there's only one thing left to do: a proper burnout.
What engine is in this thing?
I believe it's an 8.
It's an 8. Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's 8, yes.
Is that a V8? Let me talk to my my wife here and see if she'll give me some money.
I don't understand.
Oh, we're gonna pay you to take this. We don't want it. You take it, and we'll give you money.
Oh.
See, it just got better, didn't it?
It's not pay 500 for that.
No, we're gonna give you money.